Join us. Who's outside? Here, put your phones away. Get ready to get this show running. So, welcome to Make IT in Oradea Bright Labs Incubator Live Demo Day 2023. Thank you for joining us, both digitally, hello there, and physically here, traveling from all around the country and the region, I hear, for this third edition of the Bright Labs Incubator, a program designed to help first-time ambitious tech entrepreneurs from Southeastern Europe take their bright ideas to market in 6 months, I hear. I see the startup founders. Where are the startup founders? Raise your hands. Raise your hands, yay! So, if you don't know me, my name is Elena Vrabe, and I'm the country lead in Romania, the Recursive and Storytelling Studio. 2 ways in which we want to help startup founders, but all ecosystem players grow and get the awareness internationally that they deserve. I am humbled to be your host today, but also proud and honored to support this initiative, Make IT in Oradea. I have followed their growth in the past couple of years, and it's amazing to see this unique nonprofit, private, but also public initiative to take off to boost local talent and creative entrepreneurs. And honestly, I think we have a great case study here that can be replicated all around the country. And regionally, we have to inspire all the Europe, honestly. Wink, wink, putting it out there in the universe. So, to better understand the incubator behind the scenes better, you should know a few numbers. Over 70 registered ideas. Out of which these 70 registered ideas, 28 were selected in the validation stage. Congratulations, even to those 28. 10 moved forward in the incubation stage and won a €5,000 grant for checking off product development and marketing, business model, and investment readiness. And this leads us to the 7 alumni. Whoop, whoop. I want to see some smiles. Come on. Who will pitch later? Let's get those wiggles out. Okay, and these builders were also joined by 30 mentors in hybrid online and offline meetings. On the agenda today, we start at 3, we'll end around 8-ish. Please keep your pitches and speeches on time. We will have these inspiring speeches about the future of Oradea here as an innovative tech hub. We will have panels about the impact of startup communities and capital versus talent. Who do we need more? Community startup showcases, a fireside chat. We will also have startup pitches, the best startup award. Can I get a woo? And then the after party. And for our digital audience, the after party is behind the scenes. But you will find out maybe stories, maybe some reels, TikToks. Anybody on TikTok? Who's on TikTok? You have to be honest. Okay, so we need to get these dinosaurs on TikTok. Before I invite here on stage David Akim, who's the executive director of the Make IT in Oradea initiative, to share more about the vision moving forward, I want to say a big thank you to our sponsors, as we wouldn't be growing as fast without their support. That is Createpi, Helion, Mobiversal, Roetco, Orange Romania, and Oradea's municipality. Let's give the sponsors a big round of applause and also encouragement for David.
Hello everyone, welcome to the second edition of Bright Lab Incubator's Demo Day. We are super happy to host you and welcome you here in our beautiful fortress in Oradea. And thank you. And to celebrate with you the achievement, the important milestone, the efforts that we've put in together with the amazing startups to reach to this point today. But before diving into the agenda Elena already mentioned, I want to have a short discourse, and let me begin by asking you a question. Do you know what was the most exported product of Romania in the last 30 years? For those of you that still might wonder, Romania in the last 20 years or so was and still is the number one country in Europe that exports brains, people living in this country. And not just that, we were the second place in the world after Syria until recently. I know that might sound troubling, worrying, maybe disappointing for some of you, but we are here today, and Make IT in Oradea's and Bright Lab Incubator's objective is to tackle, and as one of our leaders would put it, to attack this problem. Our mission is to transform not just Oradea, but Romania into a brain and talent importer. Oradea has transformed greatly in the last 15 years. The public sector invested more than 1.2 billion euros in infrastructure and development. The private sector matched and even made it bigger, 1.3 billion euro investments in the last 10 years. We want to take the development of our city to the next level. And we want to transform and make Oradea a destination for founders. For those that would build and export from here and from Romania solutions for the world's biggest problems. And maybe you might ask and say, okay, why? Why this strategy? Why bet maybe so much on these founders? Well, that's because we believe, and not just believe, we know, that at the core of any community, any economy, any country that wants to be democratic, healthy, and sustainable are the founders. They are the ones that transform, since little ages, the lemons into lemonades, the dust into gardens, the winds into energy, and so much more. They are the ones that are responding to social crises, solving medical enigmas, pushing boundaries and disrupting industries and even economies. They are the ones that doesn't stay and just complain or wait for the change to come. They, the founders, are the ones that make it happen. Today, we celebrate you, the founders. And in all the other days, we are here to support and help you to run another mile. A very big thank you for each and every one of you that chose to be here today and to support our endeavor. Let's make it happen together. Thank you very much.
They are the makers,
right?
The innovators,
And we're getting ready for
the
it.
crazy ones, the naive ones,
If you were to describe,
the explorers, the bold ones. But behind the curtains, building a startup is extremely difficult, overwhelming and stressful. It can break relationships, it pushes you to the edge, and often gets you to the brink of burnout. We believe it's our duty to support them, encourage them, nourish them,
and ultimately empower them. This is what Bright Labs Incubator is all about. Experienced mentors, top quality workshops, leading events and conferences, world-class validated frameworks, deep conversations, a dynamic community, an inspiring experience. All these designed to empower ambitious founders to take their bright, life-changing ideas to success.
Awesome. Thank you, David. Thank you, thank you. If you were to describe Oradea in one word, what would it be? Anybody? Anybody? Innovative, changing, building. I see a lot of construction here. Dreamers, bold dreamers, or maybe we need to work on our boldness. A little bit more, true. So, I mean, you mentioned before, and even the clip, that things are changing, yes. People are still living, but that's not something like, oh my God, we gotta be depressed about it, but we gotta be challenged. We gotta find solutions, because Romania is the land where everything can be possible. I know people say that about America, but, well, Romania is. Thank you, David. And ready to find out what's bubbling in the local Oradea ecosystem, well, ready or not, the speakers will come. First, I will invite here up on stage Alina Silaghi, General Manager at Oradea Local Development Agency, a bridge builder for local business growth and development in fields like manufacturing, logistics, and IT, to name but a few, but also Make IT in Oradea as President of the Board. Please give her a warm welcome. Applause.
Thank you. Hi, everyone, and I'm really thankful that I could be with you today. I'd like to say, first of all, happy birthday, Oradea, and to all of you which are here today. David just announced me that I have to speak today, and I said, okay, so I have to speak today, so what should I speak about? And he said, okay, don't speak about what you do, speak about Make IT in Oradea. And I thought, of course, I will not speak about what I do, because I speak about that all the time. So I just want to share with you my experience with Make IT in Oradea in the last 3 years. As you already know, Make IT in Oradea is a private-public association by which we sustain, mentor startups. But also, we are a startup. We didn't know exactly how to do this when we started. I remember the first time that they came with this idea, and I was like, what? Me? What startup? What money giving away to companies to support their ideas? What stupid thing is this? You need to have performance indicators, and you need to have really defined financial papers for this, because I'm an economist, so my mind works in different ways. But we started, and we started with small steps, and I am really thankful for all of you, as David mentioned, because actually this project is all done by us together. It's a teamwork here. Every time, every startup that makes it, every startup that gets a funding by the team that is supporting Make IT in Oradea, it's actually a marketing for Oradea. And if you remember, in the first time that we started this organization, I always said that all I want in the first phase is to hear that Oradea has talent. And that was my first focus, how to let all the world, all the Europe, that Oradea has talent, and how to keep it and how to promote it. And this is how we started Make IT in Oradea, and I think that this is what we will do in the future. Promote that Oradea has talent and intelligence and brains here, and we can do great things with it all around Europe. And I really want to thank all the team of Make IT in Oradea for all the jobs and all the work, all the hard work that you are doing. I know it's not easy, but look at the results. This is what I always tell my team, and this is what I'm telling all of you which are just starting now businesses. I know it's hard, and I know it's a lot of work, but please, look at your results. They are the ones that say that, okay, it was worth it. Good luck to all of you. I hope that you will have an interesting day today at Demo Day. And for any type of questions that you may have, I remain available all the time. Thank you. Enjoy your day.
Thank you, Alina. Next on stage to keep the diversity going, I will invite Mihai Jurca, City Manager at Oradea City Hall, to talk about the plans to keep growing Oradea's awareness as one of the 10th? Is it the 10th biggest cities? Where is it? 9. Come on. Warm welcome to get these people encouraged to speak.
First of all, thank you very much for being here. And what we're talking today is only about talent. And we talk about talent of people who registered, and I congratulate you, and I thank you for having the courage to do it, to go into the work that you'll be doing in the next hours and days, and the talent of our teams, Alina's, David's. So it's about talent. And you asked what the city can do. And I think the only thing that we can do is to support talent. This is the most effective resource and the most valuable resource that we could foster in the next years. So if we can support talent, then I think we have a good chance of succeeding. As a community, firsthand, but then as a city. I just want to add a short note. In the City Hall in the last 12, 13 years, we've worked with a startup attitude, with a startup mindset. There weren't problems we couldn't solve or challenges we couldn't have solutions for. There weren't results we could not get to. And this is, I think, something that drives us all as a team, but also as a community. So I think that all of the work sites that you see in front of the fortress, in the city, that give us headaches, are part of a startup community and are part of a startup mindset. So us, as much as we can in the public sector, we are trying to take what the startup mindset looks like and trying to do it into the public sector. We cannot keep up with you, that's for sure. There's no doubt about it. But at least we try our best. Good luck. I'm sorry I'll have to be leaving because today's the city hall of the city, the birthday of the city. I'll have some formal engagements, but we'll catch up later on at 5 o'clock, after 5-ish. But thank you for being here and for trusting and believing in us. And thank you to all of the teams that are doing the work. Thank you very much.
This will be my cardio of the day, just so you know. Okay, thank you, Mihai. And he mentioned that the municipality is not scaling as fast as like startups, but I heard about the airport. So the airport is actually growing exponentially from 3K to 13K square meters. I saw it yesterday. Congratulations, it's growing. Next up on stage, I will invite lecturer Dr. Elisa Moisi from the Department of Computers and Information Technology of the Faculty of Electronic Engineering and Information Technology from Oradea University. Warm applause.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I am very glad to be here. I'm very honored. At the University of Oradea, we want to become more than an academic university. We would like to be like innovation hub to be a cutting-edge technology. In this regards, this Make IT in Oradea is the best way that inspires us, and we hope to have in the future also the good collaborations that we already have with the companies in this field of Oradea. We are growing also like a university. We are developing like the computer science information department. We would like to make new innovations, to evolve, to have new curricula, and for all of these, all the companies support us a lot, and we thank you, all of them. And I wish you, all the participants in this startup event, good luck, and may all your dreams become true. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Elisa. Last but definitely not least, our fourth speaker of the day. No, I'm kidding, it's not. We'll have more speeches. Emanuel Tsundra from the university. He's a university lecturer at Emanuel University in Oradea. Going once, going twice, please join us.
Well, hello everyone. It's also my honor to say happy birthday, Oradea. And so happy and so honored to be part of this amazing celebration. Now, I got a more early note from David last night that I'll have a speech. So last night, as I was thinking about this, there was one factoid that really shocked me. Did you know that in Oradea, there are more people alive today that have ever died? Do you know there are more people alive here today in this city that have ever died? And there is one more interesting factoid that I found. Every 2 minutes, the energy reaching the earth from the sun is enough to cover all the usage of the energy that the humanity needs in a whole year. All the cars moving, all the air conditioning, all the heating systems, everything that moves, everything that needs energy, you know, we get from the sun in 2 minutes. Now, having so many people around and so many young people, and seeing that there are so many new technology creeping in, and all of those technologies are using electricity, does this change your thinking over our future digitalization or digital future? This made me rethink the opportunities that our generation has. And I'm really, really happy to see that there's a drive here to learn new skills, to innovate, to think about new jobs, to dream bold, as we have heard. And what this translates for me as a professor is that we need more education in IT and in entrepreneurship. This is why we treasure so much Make IT in Oradea, and we really want to encourage this kind of initiatives and all the ecosystem that they are creating for us. And on behalf of the School of IT from Emmanuel University of Oradea, we want to tell you we are committed to grow the quality and the volume of our educational services. And we really have high hopes that our partnership will bring much value, both to the academics and to the practitioners in this city. And I also want to tell you that we are so proud that you are investing in students, in the young generation. And I'm so proud to see so many of our students being part of your mentoring initiative. Now, thank you so much, and keep up the good work. Thank you.
As an outsider coming from Bucharest here in Oradea, yesterday in the Uber, I was fascinated by so many students. It's an academic city, and you can see that. And I see a lot of new buildings, so universities are actually getting bigger and bigger and bigger, so congratulations. Another thing that fascinates me about this city and the people is the speakers. The speakers have all been on time, and we're actually early, but kudos to you. For our first panel of the day, the impact of the startup communities on the local and national economic growth, I will invite on stage Răzvan Shuta, CE Business Development Lead and Managing Director for the Cyber Growth Program at Startup Wise Guys. Do you know about Startup Wise Guys? Yes, the global accelerator for the B2B startups. And for those digital, in the digital audience, you can use Slido. Can we put the link? We'll get ready for your burning questions, if you have, for our panelists. Răzvan, join me. Come on, warm welcome. Oh.
Do it yourself setup.
Yes.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay, wow. Damn, it's been a while since I haven't seen you. First things first, massive thank you to David and the entire Make It in Oradea team for bringing us all together once again. Last time I've been here right before summer, I think. And still there was energy and there was buzz around the programs and the initiatives that David and the team are putting out there. So massive thank you to them. Applause, please. Things are going well in Oradea. We should have stay for the weekend, right? Why not? Next year. We set up to stay for the weekend. Okay. We'll start just by announcing, of course, the Slido. Dear audience, please have your phones ready. If you have questions, you'll get on it, and then you'll add some questions on top of what I already have prepared for our panelists, and I'll invite them on stage one by one. I have a little cheat sheet here with questions and the names, of course. Our key persons in the panel today: Jordan Bochkov, partner at Fiddler Capital. Jordan, have a seat. Good seeing you again. Yeah, I haven't seen Jordan since I think last year. He was visiting us in Estonia in Startup Wise Guys office. We have Ciprian is here. Ciprian is not here. Okay, Vlad, are you ready to join us? Vlad Gliga, CEO of Rubik Hub. Thank you for joining, very impromptu. Mircea Vadan. Mircea, you wear so many hats that today I'm going to name you one of the founding fathers of the startup community of Romania. Is that okay?
I'm not so sure to accept that.
Okay.
But I start having white hats.
I'm there too. Thank you for joining us. Last but not least, Laviniu Kish. Laviniu, are you with us? Thank you for joining. Laviniu is the head of regional operations, ADR Northwest. Thank you for joining. Lovely. I'll have a seat as well. Let's start with a bit of context for the theme that we have today, which is the impact of the startup communities on the local and national economic growth. That's the theme of today. I'd like to call it theme, not a topic, because it encompasses a lot. So the first few questions will be fairly basic, but just to create a bit of context for the audience. I'd like to hear from each of you as brief as possible. Why do you think we have this theme for today to discuss? Take it away. Who wants to start? The why.
Because we know it already, right? We know how important it is for any community to have a growing fertile soil for the future innovation, future startups, future companies, actually. We know it already, but not everyone knows, so we would love to share it with the world, because we need the world to invest in this, and the world is here in Oradea, the world of Oradea, that brings together local authorities, companies, education, and the civil society, that we need them to embrace the startup mentality. We need them to encourage the startups, because probably we'll talk here about the benefits of that today, right? And we have so many things to say that I'm sure this panel would not actually give us the right time. It's not fair for what we have to say. True.
Jordan?
Probably the other aspect of this is that Central Eastern European ecosystems are fostering and developing these days quite well. Lots of great success stories are emerging, and all of us are probably looking for the secret sauce, how it can be even made bigger and better.
Agree? Mitchell?
From my side, I'm thinking like 11, 12 years ago when I had my first startup and we couldn't find a venture capital fund in Romania or an investor, so we started a company in Bulgaria where the investors were, and not only us, there were like 8 Romanian startups which were incorporated there, so we didn't have the ecosystem back then, and the startup world was more taken like a joke. But now, or some kids playing, doing some kind of online tool back then. But meanwhile, it's a strong wave, and we see results all over Western Europe or in US, and I think we have now the chance to leverage. And the community is basically the base on which the startups can build and leverage all the opportunities: investors, mentors, experts, clients, corporate access, and so on. So that's the topic. That's why this is important to discuss all the time.
Thank you. I appreciate that you mentioned all the time. I think it's important. It's continuity and consistency in spreading the message. Lavinio.
So, wearing the hat of the Regional Development Agency, I don't see actually the regional development, economical regional development without the startups. So, the startups are the backbone of innovation. Of course, they must and don't need to be alone in this journey. So, to me, you cannot see real development without having the multiplication effect that startups has on the economy.
Thank you for sharing, gents. Second question again, for a bit of more context. What does impact? We hear this word impact used many times. It becomes a buzzword even in the startup world, just as any leverage of technologies, blockchain, AI, and some sort. But what does impact mean for you? Wearing your hats in your respective ecosystems.
For me, impact actually resembles 3 things. Of course, the intellectual development of a certain ecosystem. Second, of course, the economic benefits that come along with such innovation and research and development activities. And the third one is, of course, social impact and sustainability that can secure all of our lives on the long run.
Thank you.
First and foremost, what startups do, and all the startups in this room know, they solve problems. And they solve problems in various areas, in various sectors, and they solve problems that human has. And they have to make people happy, and as many people they make happy, as successful they are. So the first impact is the problem they solve in the sector that actually they are tackling. Second, they're very good role model example, I would say. And as you very well mentioned, if you talk about sustainability, right behavior in community or in business, startups are rewriting what is right. And they do it today with what we know today, and they're entities and people connected to present and to future. And I believe by having more startups, a local community can adapt faster and easier to the present and to the future. They can solve faster problems they have, and they can actually attract and be example for more people to do the same thing. And when I think to startups, I remember something since I was a child. There were many crazy things that we were doing, jumping from tall buildings or doing crazy rides on mountain biking. The most important thing was to see the first one doing it. And after that, everyone was doing it. And it's the same with startups. When I look to emerging communities, especially in Eastern Europe, where we are an emerging ecosystem, when the first startups appeared, it took a while, but after that you could see more and more people willing to try it. Not necessarily to become startups, but willing to try it. And this wave of giving trust and being an example to others that it's safe to try it would actually create the snowball effect, creating more and more startups, more and more companies, more and more jobs, so on and so forth. Probably that would be the impact. Okay.
And so from my side, two key ideas about impact on. We oftentimes think that we're in a tech startup business world, but we're not. We're actually in a people business with everything we do. We just happen to automate or build some tools, but in the back, it's still about people, us as the ones who are creating it. So for me, impact is always about the people that are involved in the process, either as clients or as a team. And my principle is about growing the people who can actually do more. So settling, creating the space, the environment in which they can grow. This is for me meaningful impact on one side, and happens a lot in the tech startup world because we have freedom and resources and a different mindset. And second, I believe it's impact. It's we're among the lucky maybe 3% population of the world who's able to understand how the future is moving and to understand all the trends, to see the technology in such ways that we can create something. So for me, I think we're in the almost the luckiest place we can be in the world, among the smallest percentage which can change something with the help of technology. But technology is just a tool in the end. The mindset is the thing that drives things, and the mindset comes from people, so we get back to people. So this is, for me, impact.
Thank you.
So we could discuss about economical impact and other type of KPIs that you can use to measure the efforts that you're doing in this room. But I would like to focus on mindset, because this entrepreneurial journey, it changes you as a person. So everyone here in the room who has a business knows that it's not like in the books. It's not most of the times the way you prepared it and you planned for it. So it's changing you as a person, and then it changes your team, then it changes your community and how you get involved, and then it can change everything. One good idea, one good solution, it can change everything. But for me, maybe you can call me an idealist, but the transformation that an entrepreneur, a team of startup founders is going through is really, I think, the ultimate goal that we can aspire when we are talking about the startups, because it's a transformative journey.
Understood. Yeah, it's just amazing how empowering talent, giving them the right context to grow, thinking long term, how much impact that can create. And I think Romania is doing okay-ish at this. It can do very well at this, for sure. I think we are growing at a very good rate through the help of David and Micha and everyone else who's involved in our own startup community here in Romania, and thinking regionally first. That's important. And here is where I want to stay on with Lavinio for a bit. You are working as the head of the regional development agency Northwest. I'd like to ask you if you can summarize a bit the role and how much is the mandate of the agency focused on supporting startups and tech innovation per se.
So I'm actually the head of the INO department, not the whole agency, because
My bad.
I would be in trouble by saying that. So, so the agency is 100% behind the startup movement. Of course, the agency is the sum of all the people and all the employees. Some of them have really specific technical roles that they need to do day in, day out. But in regards to what my department stands for, it's 100% startup. So we are beginning to develop this support, business support services for startups, for innovators, for enablers from all around the region, and not only. We are trying to think of these programs like in the, I don't know, where you need we are trying to create this fertile ground where people can plant their seeds and hope that something will grow. So the short answer, we are 100% behind the startup movement. So we encourage it. We are trying to put the money where our mouth is. So yeah, not always the case, but at least this is what we are trying and hoping to achieve.
I think it's important to have as much as possible a startup-ish attitude to this testing, piloting, and just learning across all overall.
Yeah. You need to understand that from our perspective, at least from my perspective, when you are in this type of institution, you sometimes cannot, and it's not recommended to get involved at grassroots level. You need to let the ecosystem players do their thing. You let the ecosystem grow organically, but of course you need to fertilize, you need to do all the things that a good farmer is doing in order to prepare the field. But we are thinking about policies, we are thinking about programs that can go up for 5-10 years in a row. We are thinking about predictability. Of course, there are a lot of issues when you take this challenge from an administrative perspective. So I think we are doing a good job. I think we could do better, but we need more alignment with different kind of stakeholders. We need this type of calibration that we are currently working with Mircea and all the other ecosystem players. So yeah, it's about also the journey and not necessarily the destination, because I'm pretty sure from what I've seen so far is that the destination will probably change. The objectives will be bigger and bigger. So it's about all us embarking on a journey, having the same vision, but working towards that same vision from different perspectives, from different angles, and using different type of resources.
I fully agree with that one as well, and I think also in Northwest, maybe Vlad, you can say a few words. I know that you are also close to the Regional Development Agency in Northeast of the country, my bad. How are things going there, and how are we collaborating in between the Regional Development Agencies?
Mm-hmm. What we did in Northeast, we took a different approach. And it was a crazy bet, especially coming from the Regional Development Agency. Mm-hmm. Usually, when you start something, you start with a thorough plan and a thorough study about the impact and how things will actually roll over in time. We didn't do it this way. We've done it in a startup way. We jumped and we saw what we actually face along the way. Basically, we applied what most of the startups are doing. We applied the theory of build, measure, learn. We had this option of doing this study that could have taken 1 year, 2 years to understand what are the issues in the area, what people we should work with, what is it needed. But what we did was, okay, we want to talk about startups. Let's start tomorrow with the first event with and about startups. And from that event, let's start with another event, with a program, with a community, with bringing more people together into this. And we grew naturally. But first thing we did was to start actions and learn from it. Of course, we failed on some areas, but over time, in the 6 years we had a lot to learn. And today I would do it the same way, in this crazy manner. Less study, more action. Try until you learn from the failures you have. Or as we said from the beginning, fail forward if you have to fail. But again, it's a crazy, crazy bet, especially when you work with local authorities, national, European authorities. They cannot take risks. This is their mandate. This is how their program works. They cannot assume risks. So it's not easy to do it this way. You have to have some KPIs. You have to have a good plan, and I totally understand that this should be in place. Ideally, would be if you find that gap where you can start doing what you believe in and build along the way with partners, not only with the agency, not only with private sector or educational, but in a mix. And this is what we have managed to do, to work it as a mix and spread the risks.
I do remember 6, 7 years ago when I heard about Rubik in Piatra, I said, what the hell is that? Have I ever been there? Why there? Like, what's the startup ecosystem in Moldova and so on? And now 6, 7 years later, there's quite a lot of activity that is due to Rubik. And I think the difference between Northwest and Northeast is that in Northwest we had somehow the ecosystem was grown up and we could choose which segments the Northwest could push forward, like it was now with health tech or with more innovative grants, while in Northeast it needed to start it from scratch. And it needed to be wide with various programs, so it was just two different orientations that happened in Northwest versus Northeast, because the needs analysis were giving different results on what has to be done.
Would you say this is a must for every region to do their own analysis and grow from the base they are having already?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think in Northwest and East there is a lot of activity happening in the startup ecosystem. In Bucharest, for example, there are many players, so it's not much a difference that you can make this way, because the players and the ecosystem is already grown up there and a lot of things happening. But here in the rest of the country, you need to have this public support.
Yeah, massive. I'd like to go to Jordan now, because I know that he's neighbor of ours here, straight from Hungary, Budapest, and I know that, Micha, you've also been going around various conferences in Europe. What do you think we can import from abroad, as in startup communities, the models they are having there, particularly focused on economic empowerment of tier 2, tier 3 cities, for instance? What can we bring here? And of course, adapt it.
Perhaps not many of you know about this, but I also spent like a couple of years in the public administration back in Budapest deploying EU funds. I was actually running an operational program, and also I was a board member for like a few years at the Budapest Enterprise Agency. And also, I was running a co-working space that we founded with, in cooperation with Fiedler Capital. Fiedler is investing like early stage pre-seed for the past 8 years. So I not only have like hands-on experience from the Budapest ecosystem and that of the Hungarian ecosystem, but I also like overlook most of the Central Eastern European countries and what's going on there. And based on this experience, I have to tell you guys that Romania is actually on a good track, because what we see is that these local hubs started to develop, and lots of activities going on. In Budapest, or in Hungary, actually billions of euros have gone into financing the venture capital funds, local funds. But from the 20-something funds, mainly like 4 or 5 parties are actually financing startups. The rest are more like private equity operations. Second, lots of government initiatives went on financing startups with non-refundable grants. However, none of the funding went to facilitate local cooperations and knowledge sharing. And in fact, that's a huge problem because some of the startups received funding without having the skin in the game. They got like the easy money, and they are operating not under actual market conditions. So what we see is that actually for really early stage startups, it's not necessarily financing that's important, but rather the platforms that enable them to cooperate with other founders from other startups, facilitation of knowledge sharing with more advanced tech companies or later stage startups. But also what is important that in some of these hubs, what we see in Romania, there are also like shared service centers run by global tech companies, which also provide like a very firm environment from which successful startups can grow out. And actually this is the key. The key is facilitation of knowledge sharing and local tech developments.
Yeah, I think the collaboration and knowledge sharing are two main points here, and that's an attitude, and it should be worked on and pushed all the time. There's consistency in this, and that goes as well for the startup founders, but also for everyone who is involved in the startup community overall. The more, the merrier. Mitja, anything to add on this?
So what we can take from outside, on this perspective, I remember Startup Hungary, then I saw Startup Moldova, then I saw Bulgarian Startup Association. So all these associations or organizations formed, while in Romania was nothing yet happening several years back. Now we have this initiative led by the Northeast Raw Startup, which I think definitely has potential. We are a little bit behind the other countries, but we can learn, take the lessons from those, from the other initiatives, each of them being different, and we can take the pluses and minuses from them and see what fits for us. But I think this is because the startup ecosystem was developed late in Romania compared with the countries around. I think we have the advantage of seeing other models and taking examples. So if we're smart enough to learn from the others, of course.
Yeah, I would like to add something to that, because in my honest opinion, I think that the knowledge gap is really closing. So in terms about the knowledge that we are having about how to build a startup, how to raise capital and things like that, so Romanians sit pretty comfortable at the same table as the Western countries do. So I think we should and we need to congratulate ourselves for being able to acquire this knowledge so fast. Where I think that we are lacking and we need to get, I don't know, knee deep into this thing is practicing it, putting into action and working with these concepts, because let's do an experiment. Who here from the audience knows what business model Canvas is? Please raise your hand. Okay, so we see a large number of people who are getting acquainted to this type of notions, and this is where I feel that we are. From a knowledge point of view, we sit comfortably at any table. Now we need to practice these skills.
Thanks for sharing all that. Small mention once again, dear audience, please jump on Slido, use the link and also the code, is a code, and put some questions for us. At the end of the panel, we'll take several of them. And now I'm hoping to jump into a more debate mode. Let's see if we manage. I'll try to play the devil's advocate, but what has happened so far was for a bit of context for everyone. I'd like to put our investors' hats on, imaginary or the ones that we are already wearing. I have a question here, which is, startups are growing. We are starting from a small place, and then you get your first round, maybe you get your second round, and then maybe your third or fourth investors pushes you to go and register in Delaware, move your IP to another country. Where is the borderline or the balance in between keeping some economic impact in your home country, home region, and what you're taking with you in order to maintain that growth that the investors are expecting?
I think it's a fairly easy question. The optimal way is to get the management to network and develop business in more advanced ecosystems, London, Berlin, or US, wherever the market is. Maybe even transfer the corporate entity to some of these locations, but to keep the tech team locally and keep those operations, that are crucial for supporting the sales activities locally on the long run. That's my point of view.
Speaking from the angle of Transylvania Interest Network, where I think there were 20 deals, close to 3 million euros altogether from the members. What I see is that all of them were invested in Romanian founders, definitely. There were a couple of exceptions, like cases in which the Romanian founders decided to incorporate in Delaware or in Netherlands, but pretty much that was it. And from this experience, I see anyway, the angel investment, you kind of go local. But then at some point, if you want to grow, you need to move your headquarters, and it's a normal part of the ecosystem growth when this happens. I encourage it, but we're not going outside because anyway, our money are worth here and not that much outside. And there is better connection, ecosystem growth, investment in the founders together with the public grants that they can access. So I would say on the angel investment perspective, you just go locally because it's easier and you have more confidence and trust, and also more motivation to invest in a startup here compared with one in another country that you're not connected with, even if it might be a better opportunity. So it's not a venture capital strategy in which you need to return the money at the limited partners, but you kind of choose what is part logic, part passion and mission, and more personal motivation.
Lavinia?
As I see it, we are now living in a global economy, in a global world. That's a fact. So I don't think we should look at this from a perspective of boundaries and nationalism, because it's more of a market competition. I mean, as a startup, you are looking for the market that can give you the most and the best opportunities that are out there. So in order to be successful on that market, you need the local knowledge, you need that market knowledge. And I think that startups, we could see startups, big, even unicorns, having business done here in Romania, but it's not necessarily the case, or it will be the case, because startups need to pursue the markets, need to go there where the clients are. So if a startup leaves Romania, then we should be happy that one did, or a couple, or a few did. And I think that we should make sure that we have more on the pipeline, and you develop even more, and by the time they are so big that the Romanian or the European market cannot hold them, then they can go and should go and need to go abroad where the monies are, follow the trail of money. So.
Yeah, I agree with, of course, creating role models. It's extremely important for the generations to come. We also need to market those role models very well. And here is where the recursive and everyone, including Mircea with Activize and all the media outlets that we have locally here, we need to leverage those more and more in the country. And to the point that Jordan made here, where, of course, the management team probably moves to Delaware or wherever they want to go, do the proper networking and so on, keeping, I would say, of course, a local tech team or more operations from where they left. It's extremely important. It gives you an anchor. And here, what I have seen, some founders manage, some don't, is to keep also the company culture. So not to be perceived by your tech team as, hey, our founders are somewhere out there, they don't give a damn about us. That's the point where, hey, they should reconsider. Let's go back to the basics: company culture, values, what brought us together, how we keep that, and that conveys even more credibility in front of your current investors and future investors. Thank you, gents. We are making progress. Now I'd like to go a bit into what are the critical elements or the critical actors of a startup community. I know that we have, the government, the startups, the investors. Who of them are the most important, or should we prioritize them?
Can I start?
Lavinio, go ahead.
So there's a saying that you need a village to raise a kid, so this applies to the startup community as well. So you need a whole community to raise successful startups. Where you start, it depends on where you are on the curve of, ecosystem development, because if you are in the beginning, then you need public input as much as possible, but if you are towards the end and the ecosystem is mature, then you need more, private and NGO effervescence, let's say. So it really depends on where you sit in that ecosystem. I think that now we are somewhere in between, so it's a good progress. We are on the right track, and we still need also public involvement, maybe not as much as in the past, but we still see that public involvement is needed in some cases, and of course we need more private actors to the table, more startups, more universities leveling up and things like that. So the short answer would be, it depends.
Mitcha,
From my side, I don't think we should prioritize one ecosystem player, but look what's needed, and maybe if there is a gap, go there and build something like there were the previous examples that we talked 10 minutes ago. And also, if it would be to prioritize something, I would prioritize two things. One is people sitting at the same table as often as possible. So for example, in Cluj, we have a thing called Manifesto, where we meet once a month, the ecosystem players, to discuss about the events, about the programs, about the synchronicities we can create with each other, the grants that we can apply together, or even conflicts. We have a part of the meeting called Scalare de Rufe, where we talk, okay, I saw you did this, but why did you do it? Because that influences the ecosystem or me this way, so we need to discuss about it. It's a safe space where we can bring on conflicts and not reside them, put them on our side and just hold grunge. So these kind of meetings. As second, I would prioritize contracts.
Contracts?
Contracts, yeah. People collaborating with the organizations, collaborating with each other. When you have a contract in place between two organizations, there is a base trust that is formed, and in this way, the trust and the collaboration goes next level. If it's just I support you, you support me, but we don't have necessarily a contract or an exchange, which can be financial as well, it's kind of limited. But when we exchange money, so we had at one of the organizations, Fresh Blood, in some years we had budget, and we said 10% goes to another organizations from the ecosystem in order to strengthen the connections. So this kind of exchange as well creates a lot of trust and confidence, and the ecosystem grows. So I would prioritize people and collaborations.
I like that, and I think that goes to the roots, to the basics, to the seed of what the ecosystem needs, and that by default makes me at least look towards the pre-seed area, where we have the community builders, the ideators, the guys who are just jumping in and trying. I was reading a couple of months ago the report from How to Web 2022. And it was odd to me to see how little we are investing in the pre-seed stage in comparison to the seed stage. It should almost be the other way around. I think we're having about 3 million invested, if not less, last year in pre-seed, and then we had about 40-some invested in seed. But as volume. But we should do more also in the pre-seed and in the roots, in the community builders that are out there. You want to add something, Mitra, on this one?
If I may, on this topic, there are around 90,000 people, rich people in Romania who could invest in startups. I think in the angel investment sector, which is more or less equally with pre-seed, is around 500 of them. So it's plenty. This is a statistic made by Growth Channel folks. So it's a lot of growth that can happen in the pre-seed area. And the pyramid should be like this, but it's actually something like this.
So this to me is a clear indicator that you need the public involvement, a public entity getting involved in order to create that critical mass that that you need. But also I was thinking about your question, which it's fair. It depends a lot on where do we need to focus, and it comes back to the priorities. Maybe this is a priority, and maybe we should share the risk or find a way between public and private entities to share the risk. And I would like to congratulate our colleagues from the Northeast who are fighting to get this, I don't know, entity or project like Romanian startup that has a purpose, exactly that, to support the startups, to support the regional and national ecosystem players, which is a great thing. That somehow confirms that we are in that stage where we need critical mass.
And speaking of the involvement of the government, I see tremendous space and great steps here in Oradea. I think they are setting a good benchmark, a great benchmark, I'd go to say. And here I'm coming to you, Mr. Vlad. What else do you think we can do in our respective regions in order to retain and attract talent? How we can collaborate with the municipalities to create that safe space for founders to grow, and why not founders from abroad come in? I know to a certain extent it's happening in Piatra Neamț.
My approach, it's more towards the people than towards the hats that we're having, public, private, or whatever. I would go to the first question, or the initial question. Who are the main players in a startup community, right? I think that was the question, if I remember right. I think the main players are, first of all, the startups. And if now we have young startups, the startups that have experience can take the hat of becoming mentors, can become support community for the ones that are actually doing their first steps. So the mentors, I believe, are one of the most important hats, elements in a startup community. So that's the know-how, that's the experience, that's the source of networking the young startups can access. The second are the investors. Without that capital, it's very hard to put your idea into practice. And before you reach the best investor for any startup, which is the client, you kind of need the private investor money in order to get to that point. So mentors, investors are very important elements. Everyone else then comes into a larger picture of what startup community is, or better said, an ecosystem, startup ecosystem. And that includes all that goes into education, academia, university or schools, authorities, civil society, etc. So the doers are the most important elements in a community. They are important as example, powers of example, as real source of information know-how, as source of networking, and as people that experience that life and can give you advice and can look into the future and understand where this future looks like, it can take you. So I do see the entrepreneurs as the main element and the most important in any startup community. What the government can do at any level there, local, regional, or national, is to help with the frameworks where we play as civil people, as entrepreneurs, whatever. And where they can help is to create more instruments for people to learn, to practice, to start and build on their ideas. And here is also very important to do that as early as possible, as you very well mentioned, in pre-seed or even pre-any investment. And also when you grow, to have the legislation, the fiscal framework to be able to execute what you are working in your country. People are going to Delaware or are going to other countries from various reasons, because in Romania it's very hard to reach Series A investors. So for that reason, many startups are going abroad, or because you're looking into all sorts of other things, like we just work on the ESOP legislation. If you are having plans to give stocks to your employees, that was very hard till recently in Romania. And you probably would have gone to other countries, Estonia, London, or whatever. So here is where the government can help in order to keep startups longer here and also to start earlier and more. But who can run all this game?
Very good question. Who?
The entrepreneurs. And the startup community, again, coming back to the initial question, should be led by the entrepreneurs, and everyone else should be the support, the enabler, the support for this to rise. As soon as we understand the roles here, and as soon as everybody gets involved, as faster Romania can get on the global startup ecosystem map.
Vlad, I'll have to stop you here. We'll have one question from the audience, and I'll like Mitja and Jordan to reply as sharp as possible. So here we go. What impact metrics should we define, by who and why, in order to drive economic growth by startup communities? Impact metrics. What numbers should we look at?
With regards to an ecosystem's performance, let's say?
Ecosystem performance, driving economic growth.
Number of angel investors, number of accelerator programs, number of tech hubs, number of startups.
Of course.
Of course.
Mitja?
Yes, from my side, looking at the practical problems we have, I see deals, investments at pre-seed stage, or I call them pre-seed, which are maybe 100,000 deals that are not closing, because there is not enough angel investors interested to invest, or there are not many angel investors. So I would build like an impact measure, a co-investment fund, which will invest together with some other ones who want to lead the investment, because I think this will enlarge the base that Lavinia was mentioning a little bit earlier, and that base will grow either knowledge if the startup fails, or the startups will grow if they're on the right track. So if there would be one measure that I would do to create impact is have this pre-seed co-investment fund.
A pre-seed co-investment fund. I like that.
Yeah, tickets of 100 to 100,000, but not only one investor.
I see.
Because there is what happens, a startup wants to raise in 5 months, they go for almost a full year. This is what happens in the ecosystem, especially now because of the crisis and because of the slowdown in venture capital.
Great point.
The ultimate question always is how many global companies grow out of nothing, from a certain ecosystems? How many unicorns will be seeded? And that is also interconnected with the question of leading by example. Here, of course, in Romania now, with the UiPath success story, lots of youngsters, have decided to enter into venturing because of the great example they saw. It was a clear path for them to break out from their stance.
Jordan, Mircea, Laviniu, Vlad, thank you so much. Great learnings for us. I've summarized everything what we discussed. Let's take our learnings into the networking session over the dinner and drinks later. Thank you so much, gents. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're getting ready for our first break. We'll take 15 minutes break to set up the scene for what's coming next, which is going to be the Community Startup Showcase. We'll have 3 companies here pitching, and the mentors will ask questions. Do we have the mentors here? Yes. But I'll invite you now for the break, 15 minutes, and where you can taste Zmura, a healthy snack, I hear. Let us know how it is. welcome back. I saw that the snacks were actually good. Who ate the snack? Ooh, see? A lot of people. What did you like about it? What, the taste? Was it fruity? Was it crunchy? Come on, join us, take your seats and get ready for the second part of our demo day, the Community Startup Showcase, where 3 startups from the community will showcase what have they been up to. And I see here the first startup is already ready. So, without further ado, the 3 community startups will have 5 minutes to pitch. They will sit here. The house ground rules, they will have a timer and a presentation there, and then 2 mentors will ask questions. So, it's quiet. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for coming back. Now, I invite to join me and park his imaginary bike, Rastel.io co-founder Tudor Beleuță. Please join us.
Hi everyone, super glad to be here. I'm about to start the presentation. Yeah, perfect. So, hi, I'm Tudor, co-founder of Rastel.io, and I'm going to talk with you about how we envision a great impact, a great improvement in the lives of cyclists. Let's start with the problem. Chances are, if you're a cyclist like me, probably there's a 50% chance that you've been a victim of either theft or vandalism. And further on, statistics show that from this side of people, 34% of them give up on cycling for good because it was such a bad experience for them. From what we have seen, the main issue is with parking spaces. They are hard to find. They offer no traceability and usually not enough security altogether. So what do we do about it? Well, we have developed an integrated hardware and software system that provides exactly this. You can easily use your mobile application to get registered. You can get access to one of our shelters. Simply unlock it after you have registered, put your bike inside, and don't worry anymore for the rest of the day. Additionally, you earn rewards as we actively promote cyclists through our network of affiliates. So why do we do this exactly now? It's because we have seen a great momentum at this very moment. There is a huge growth in the market of bikes. Altogether, this goes hand in hand with bike thefts, of course. And there is a clear evidence from the European Commission that they really want to accelerate the transition towards more sustainable urban mobility. The market is huge, as we have already observed, but it's still at an emerging phase. We have a lot of hardware competitors. They mainly focus, those that provide the shelters, they mainly focus solely on the metal shelters themselves. They're not particularly smart and don't offer sophisticated features. And on the other software side, there are a few applications that provide access control management or gamification, but they don't offer it as an integrated, holistic solution. So how do we make money? In the near future, we want to really see in place a citywide network where people, because we offer value, reward us in exchange through a monthly or yearly subscription. This is what we test and validate in the next future. And additionally, we plan to also make some revenue from marketing side. So far, our journey has been great. In the past year, we've launched a couple of MVPs and pilot projects, mainly in Romania. And as we move on, we want to really scale this at the city level so that we had the great pleasure to be accepted in several European programs that support us in doing this. This is the first program. It's in Heraklion, in Greece, a citywide network consisting in 10 units. of course, we also implement the gamification side with our solution, and we have to deliver this by the end of the month, so we are really in rush right now. The second program that we are about to launch is in Slovakia, in Dubnica nad Váhom. It's a hub located nearby a school, and this has to be done by the end of next month. So a few numbers by the end of the presentation. We have surveyed over 200 people in Oradea alone to better understand what are the needs of cyclists around us. And we have discovered that they don't only expect such a solution nearby them, nearby their home, but in the whole city. We have over 600 registered events, which really humbles us. It means that cyclists really give trust to our solution. Over 100,000 euros so far in funding for our projects. And we are present in 4 cities so far, as we have said, in 2013. This is our team, a fantastic team consisting in both hardware, software, and business developers, engineers. We have a broad experience with startups, with setting up our own companies, and we have also developed a wide network of partners in our mission. So join us, and if you're interested in going a step further in urban mobility, please have a talk with us. Thank you.
Two questions from the mentors. Who wants to ask the first burning question? Mentors, raise your hand so I can give you the mic. One mentor has to ask a question. Going once, going twice.
That's pretty clear. Thank
okay,
you.
then, thank you so much.
Thanks so much.
The second community startup showcase, I heard, went through a rebranding phase. I will invite here up on stage, remember your mark, Damian Tarția from Health Hub.
Hello everyone, I'm glad to be here in front of you. My name is Damian, and today I want to present you Health Hub, a vertical consumer health marketplace. A consumer marketplace, but in which segment of the health industry? First of all, we have to break it down into 3 main parts. The main one would be the access to care. The digital healthcare ecosystem contains this one: access to care, delivery of care, and the care pay. The first of one, the access to care, contained of a marketplace that has the potential to provide a process where patients can reach providers through doctors, physicians, pharmacies, and insurance providers. The delivery of care, meaning the process through which providers deliver the care to the end patients, and the care pay that is a special subject in the sector, because the patients getting the care are not always the one paying. What we plan to do, basically all of them. Why? Because we have a similar belief with our friends at A16Z, and we strongly believe that there is a $1 trillion opportunity in becoming the front door healthcare. But where do we start? First, we start as a service marketplace. First, we develop a service marketplace for the demand where they can find providers, and then we will develop a light operating system for the providers. From an execution perspective, first, we want to aggregate the network of providers, to deploy a light operating system, to build a customer acquisition engine, and to plug into the payment rails. Our focus at the beginning will be solely at growing the network of both the providers and the patients alike. We won't touch anything regarding the pharmacies and the insurance providers, also the telemedicine. For example, we can open a new market by the virtue of a delivery system. At the moment, me as a patient, I have to get multiple visits to the doctors in order to get the results, but this is the traditional way. But how can it work with our ecosystem? The patient requires less visit to the doctors and can streamline the whole process through our platform. The market size in Romania has three components that we tackled: the private healthcare market, the retail pharmacy, and the medical SaaS market. The business model and the revenue streams are basically commission per appointment, commission via medical sale, and the SaaS distribution, percentage of the distribution. We are asking for 150,000 euros, which will be used for expanding the network and developing it for the first two cities, which will be Timișoara and Oradea. This is the team that makes all of this possible. Thank you.
Do we have questions from the mentors? Any question? Yeah? I see two hands here. Go.
So, healthcare is one of the biggest problems on earth, and I didn't understand from your presentation what is unique about what you do, why is it better, and how you're going to make it faster, cheaper, or whatever improvements you want to make to it.
Yeah, so basically what we want to do is verticalize the market in terms of adding new technologies like artificial intelligence into the operational processes of the doctors, because one of the biggest burdens at the moment for the doctors all over the world are the administrative burden. Over 30% of their time are spending in administrative tasks that could be better spent with care.
That's the right approach.
Thank you. And we have another question here.
Thank you for the presentation. Small one from me. Tell us more about the team. What makes you special? You spent 2 seconds on that slide, please.
I am sorry. Yes.
It's okay. Go ahead.
So we are a team of young professionals. We have a little bit of background in the outsourcing industry. We have started the team back in 2018, and what we have noticed during the pandemic is that we basically lack this sort of ecosystem and structural digital environment where we can develop these products. Currently in the Eastern European market, even if there is a demand, there is no apps and digital platforms to make this possible. So what we did was look for people. We are a core of 4, and then we asked for to basically expand our network and get medical advisors from multiple areas in order to make a core team to develop this product.
Thank you.
If I understood correctly, you're trying to get into the clinics and basically streamline the experience that the patients would have and also the clinics. Can you share with us what you have discovered that the clinics are using right now, and how you plan on getting in, basically, in replacing what they currently have?
So at the moment, one of the greatest app that they're using is basically lacking some, because that why I was talking about the artificial intelligence. They are lacking a way to integrate the appointment scheduling. That it's at the moment it's fragmented, especially for the let's say, the smaller doctor, the smaller professionals. I'm not talking about the bigger clinics that already have the infrastructure, but we are heading for the smaller ones because they lack visibility. So that would be, I'm not really sure if it answered the question.
Thank you. It was awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you for your
Thank you
pitch
very
and
much.
thank you for the questions. Saved by the bell. You can keep the mic. You can ask the following one. So, the third, but not the least, Pineapple Square's co-founder and CEO, Nikita Herpuț, a hospitality industry professionals connector, will join.
Okay, is it working? All right. So this is a day that I've been looking for 10 months now. Every once in a while, a revolutionary platform comes along that changes how an entire industry works and does business. And we've been fortunate enough to work on such a platform. Now, before we get into it, let me tell you why we're calling this platform Pineapple Square. Well, first, pineapple is the fruit of hospitality. And square comes from the old agoras of ancient Greece, the central market where professionals would meet to discuss about the latest tech, products, and so on. They were basically networking. And that's exactly what we want to do. We want to create the central square of the hospitality industry. Now, our vision is composed of three main pillars. First is a professional social network for the hospitality industry, where you can find the best professionals and businesses in the industry. And then you have the marketplace for knowledge, jobs, products, software. And then on top of that, we'll put a data sharing protocol. Basically, you'll be able to link your table reservation system to your team management system. Now, these are not three different startups. This is one platform, right? Okay, Pineapple Square. And you might be wondering, how are we gonna do this? This is a huge thing to be built, right? Well, I kind of have an idea. Well, we'll work on it for 5 years and then come out of our caves like, hey, this is what we got, and we're gonna do it now after 5 years. Yeah, probably not gonna work, okay? And I get that. These days, it's hard enough to keep up with whatever Elon Musk is tweeting or Xing or whatever you wanna call it, but we're not gonna do that. So instead, what we've been working on actually, it's building the network. And it's out there. It's live. It's on Google Play and App Store, and you'll get a QR code at the end of the presentation. And basically, right now, we do have 250 hospitality professionals that share their knowledge and, interact with each other. And this is only the beginning, all right? We're giving them the possibility to create content and to see new content. And, it's working for now. You might be thinking that, we have enough social networks and enough marketplaces, but they're really full of noise and don't really tailor to anything about the hospitality industry. You cannot mix a 15-year-old TikToker with a professional chef. It doesn't work. Oh, they're two different things. So we're tailoring this for the hospitality industry itself. Now, the markets that we are looking for right now are the 30 million plus hospitality professionals that are in the EU and the US that work in more than 4 million hospitality establishments. And in 2022, they created a $14 billion global smart hospitality market that is growing at a 30% year-over-year rate. That's pretty good, right? But, how do you go to market with a product like this? Well, first and foremost, you do lots of partnerships with the best brands and the best software providers that you can have in this industry. Then you go on to influencers, macro-influencers like, TV chefs and bartenders that together with micro-influencers are able to spread the word as wide as they can and as loud as they can on multiple platforms all at once. But last but not least, you join the best conferences that the industry can offer. You get in front of the right people and tell them your story. The best people in the industry always go to conferences. Now, how are we gonna make money with this? And the thing is, if you're a hospitality professional or a supplier, you'll be able to sell your knowledge, your techniques, and your products, right? So if you can sell these to the wider network, then we're just going to take a small percentage out of that transaction. The team that has been working on this product is composed of 6 nut jobs. We have a total experience of 27 years in hospitality and 21 in tech. And our today's ask is $50,000 to keep up our marketing efforts and to put some food on the table for our team. We kind of need to eat sometimes. And also, this month, on the 21st of October, we are leaving for Silicon Valley, and we'll be working for 6 weeks with the Draper University team on this startup, and hopefully everything will be good. I'm Nikita Herput, CEO of Pineapple Square. Thank you.
So we have time for one question, one burning question from one mentor. Where's the mic? I lost the mic. Thank you, my precious, because I saw Gollum before. So any question, this is your chance to ask something, somebody. No? Then you're in luck, but you can get somebody to ask you questions in the networking, because we'll have a networking period afterwards.
We can
Awesome.
see each other outside. There's a nice coffee, and we'll have pizza as well, from what I heard, so that's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, the
Thank
mentors
you.
are shy. Now we will get ready for the fireside chat with chairs, us and possum. So remember, we'll have Slido. It was G for GIF, Slido, here, right? Slido. Here for the digital audience as well as you. You ask your questions there. I'll invite here up on stage the host, Sebastian Vodova, professor, entrepreneur, tech exec, and the director of the Emanuel University of Oradea, and his guest, George Haber, a serial entrepreneur, marketing guru, and investor in various startups, as well as growth partner at A&D Ventures, among many others. Your portfolio is quite long.
Thank you very much for being here. I want to say welcome to all of you, and I especially want to say congratulations to our hosts. I think they did a real nice job putting this event together. Congratulations to all those who are pitching. We wish you the best of luck. I think today is a special day for Oradea. Next to us is probably Oradea's favorite son, George, and I will let him tell you his story. Although he's old, okay, he's not that old. So he started his company under communism, and he has a really, really interesting story. I want him to start us off by telling us about his background, but I want us to focus about 75% of our time on the future. So, George, you are here to educate us.
Thank you.
These are the youth of Oradea and beyond, so there's people coming outside of Oradea. We're very excited to have an event like this. Those of us who remember what it was like when there was nothing like this are really, really excited, and we're excited to have you. The opportunity to interview you, to pick your brain, and to learn from you. So tell us your background. Tell us how you got here.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be home, where actually I started my first or second business. My first business, I think I started in 3rd grade or 4th grade, when I started copying photographs of famous artists and selling them to my colleagues.
Nice. What year was this? 70s probably.
Yeah,
right?
in the early 70s. And then from photographs, I had passion for music. I was playing bass guitar. And in the band that I was part of was Adrian Pintea, Raposatul, famous actor, and who was also in Oradea. We were good friends, and we opened a place to dance where we were the band, and I was playing bass guitar, and Adi was singing, and one day Adi couldn't make it, and it was Friday. And I said to myself, well, what about I bring from home my tape recorder and my disc collection, and we'll use the amplifiers to open something called disco. And from there it started, and this disco exploded in success. Probably most of your parents were there, and they met there and made you because they came to the disco and fall in love. In this disco, because of, and I will use Malcolm Gladwell's famous saying, the advantages of the disadvantages.
There you go, yes.
The disadvantage being we were in communism. You couldn't buy anything that was not needed by His Highness Ceausescu. I had to learn to build disco equipment. And it went fantastic. Just one example, at some point, the toilet for men was not working, and I had to go to the toilet for girls, and it was 16 years old, you know, and on one of the mirrors with red lipstick was written, Yuri Te iubesc. And I don't know who it was, ask around, I still don't know. But, you know, for a 16-year-old boiling hormone kid, that was more important than the tens of millions that I made later on in life. And, you know, life is a cycle. You learn mostly from mistakes, mostly from failures. And from that beginning, I became involved in electronics. As it turns out, I was better in building electronics and writing software than Troubadour. So after the university, I went into high tech. Then I moved to the center of high tech. That was this place called Silicon Valley. That was an absolute dream. I got there, again, luck, at the right time, with the right skill set. I made friends with the right people, worked at Sun Microsystem. That was one of the most successful companies that then created the founders of Google and many others. And I interacted with Steve Jobs and Bill Gates and all the other people. I created the first company, Bootstrap. We had no investors. This company was sold for, in today's money, close to $2 billion. That was 180 million.
Congratulations.
Well, it actually was the biggest failure of my life. And it's one of the interesting parts. You should look at every success and analyze if it was the right thing to do. Looking back, we actually had the technology of Amazon streaming and Netflix, and because we had video compression and decompression, and we sold the technology instead of
developing it. So you could have been Netflix today, right?
I could have been Netflix and Amazon Prime and a couple of other companies together.
It's never too late.
Yes, that's true. But, you know, the money was phenomenal, and I started a couple of other startups. Some of them succeeded, some failed, and one of the more interesting failure was a company called Gigapixel, where we actually developed the graphics chip for the Xbox. And at some point, this unknown company, NVIDIA, came along, and they were more aggressive, and they went and got the Xbox.
Really?
While we were on a path for a $2 billion then, which would be 20 billion-ish today, dollar IPO. And, you know, I wrote an email to Jensen, the CEO of NVIDIA, that he owes me $2 billion. I don't think he will pay.
Good luck electing. Well,
yes, although today he's a $1 trillion company, so $2 billion would be an error in
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly.
So that's the part of business, and then I invested in a couple of companies. I help entrepreneurs, and a couple of years ago when I came back to Oradea, I was just floored by the amazing investments that the city manager then, Domnul Bolojan, made, and see the difference between him and all the other Romanian politicians that came and visited my house in Silicon Valley. So, and I said, I'll come and help out.
Well, so let's get into some lessons for these young aspiring entrepreneurs who I'm sure want to become just like you. So let me start a macro question. Why is Silicon Valley Silicon Valley?
It has to do with the weather. Seriously. It started with Oppenheimer and the atomic bomb, right? That was developed mostly in Berkeley University with a lot of smart people that they brought from all around the world. And the weather in California is just perfect. There is this song, some of you may know, Hotel California. You can never check out because it's so good.
It's so beautiful. But you moved out, so you're no longer...
I moved out. Actually, I moved out 3 years ago. It's another of the crazy Haber stories.
So let's get into some personal advice for people in the audience. They say that the toughest money to make is your first million. Would you agree with that?
I don't know if that's the toughest or not. I think that the most important advice is listen to your customer and to the real customer, not the middle people that are between you and your customer, because the customer will actually tell you directly or indirectly why he's willing to pay for what you have. And if he's not willing to pay, just give you free advice, then take it as free advice and move on.
Right.
So that's my personal experience. And do not be afraid or feel inferior to anybody.
Very good advice.
I was, fortunate enough to meet them all. And I can tell you what an asshole some of them are, and I don't want to say it in public because they are named Bill Gates and Steve Jobs and many others, and how fantastic some other of them are, and Elon Musk, who I think is the most innovative person on this earth. Those of you who may have read Ayn Rand's books, is John Galt, one of those people who is absolutely unique, that's the advantage of Silicon Valley. The network, the people, and people talk to you, at least they used to. Nobody had bodyguards up until Zuckerberg and some other psychopaths arrived, and they needed bodyguards to not be attacked by others. But I see the same network developing here in Romania. I see the advantages of disadvantages again. The Turks that occupied us, and the Sash and Secui that were sent by the Germans on the mountains to defend themselves against, and we, the Jews who came to do business, all in an amalgam, mixture of people, and we understand others. We read body language better than others. That's an advantage that very few countries on earth have. And I think that's part of the success.
That's very good advice. Let me ask you a question. I teach tech entrepreneurship, and I tell first and second year students that one of the key ingredients of a starting entrepreneur is the ability to sell. And even more so in technology. Do you agree with that? Can you give us some 100%. Advice on that?
100%. So business is about exchanging money in return for something. And that something can be a dream, can be a real product, can be hardware, can be software, can be whatever. So the monetization of a business is what brings in investors. So an investor that wants to make money will invest in something that will bring him back, and of course to all the entrepreneurs, a lot more money than they invested. So selling and the ability to explain simply what is your product. And I have a couple of slides up on LinkedIn. If you go and find me on LinkedIn, there is a very, very old presentation called Starting Startups, where I give the example that I learned here in Oradea from my parents about business. And it goes like this. Some of you probably never heard about this, but in the old days, they used to bring ice, and it was kept in a big green box, at least in our house, before the refrigerator was invented.
Right.
My father was an electrical engineer, and he brought home a refrigerator. And the guy that was selling ice came with the ice. My mother was home and told her, "Doamnă, you're gonna die. I mean, you would not put finger in the electricity. Why would you keep your food in the electricity?" And my mother opened her mouth to my father when he came home. "Imbecilule, idiotule, spend the money, throw out this garbage, I'm not gonna keep the food." And my father, who was a very quiet guy, let my mother take out the steam, which is very good advice for all men. You know, just zip it, listen to
Without we're getting entrepreneurship advice, we're getting marriage advice. This is good.
The best advice I can give you is zip it, let the steam come out from anything that boils, including wife, girlfriend, whatever it is, or boyfriend, I have no... after my mother calmed down, he said, "I'm an electric engineer, believe me, there is nothing wrong," and so on and so forth. And I think this influenced all my life as a business thinking, because the biggest mistake was made by the guy that was selling the ice. He had no idea what his business is. He understood very well what his technology is.
Exactly.
And the technology for refrigeration during his day was ice.
Right.
And this technology evolved, and that is true for light. In the beginning it was candle, then incandescent light, now it's LED, who knows what will be. So the best advice is to understand your business, not the technology that you have today, because you want to stay in business for a very, very long time.
So I want to ask you, is there a danger of being too in love with technology?
Absolutely.
Being too much of a techie and thinking that your technology is everything?
Absolutely. I made that mistake with my first company.
That's why I'm asking.
I had the technology to compress and decompress video, and I used it, licensed it to every PC maker on earth and all these guys who made DVDs, which you already probably don't know what that is, right? And I should have thought about my experience then. By the way, I made a presentation after I realized how I screwed up. And realized that really the business was transferring video from one place to the customer who's willing to pay. If it's on film or on CD or on the internet or who knows how it's going to be in the future, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. I want to give the audience a chance to ask questions. So we have about 10 minutes for the audience to ask questions. I think there are messages coming to David's phone, so go ahead and send your questions here. I do have a question for you. What would it take for you to make a sizable investment in the Oradea ecosystem? What kind of a company would really catch your attention? I mean, you can invest in America, you can invest in Israel, you can invest in Ireland. Oradea obviously is a bit disadvantaged. What would it take?
It's a good question, and the answer is love.
Love.
You know, just like you fall in love with somebody and it's hard to explain exactly why, The same is true for investors as well. I can guarantee you. All the rules and all the this and that are just a guidance. So, you know, I also probably won't fall in love with a criminal that has, you know, an obvious BS problem. So it's not so much the technology, it's that understanding from the startup that they want to change the world. They want to do something extraordinary, and they are willing to sacrifice years, because building a real company takes years and years and years. And if I fall in love with something, then, you know, nothing can stop.
Well, we look forward to some wonderful ideas. All right, I think I have a question already. What's the importance of a mentor in the early stage of a startup? Did you have any? And what was your experience when you first started?
So I did not have a mentor. I think the mentor is very important, because if you do not have self-confidence yourself, it's hard to convince others, because, you know, like any predator will smell fear and will be overwhelmed by courage and self-assuredness.
Self-confidence.
So be confident in what you're selling, and it's selling to your investor and to your client. Because if you go there with, I can do it and it will be better, and you know this and that, and all the others are idiots, it's a no. You should go there and say, hey, I am the best, I know I'm the best, and yes, there are 100 other companies that will tell you the same thing, but this is me, look in my eyes, and I'll make you successful. That's kind of the attitude, and that is what a mentor will help you learn, and that self-confidence actually helps you as well. At some point you believe your own bullshit. That's how it goes.
Hopefully it's more than that.
Yes.
All right, next question. What are the steps for an early startup in your opinion, after you have the idea? So what are the steps?
Customer. Validate it with real customer. Because we all fantasize about problems that others have, right? And that they will pay us for the problems that in our fantasy they have. But once you start and meet your real customers, it's kind of where the rubber meets the road expression comes from. Then you will realize what your customer really has as a pain point. And maybe the customer doesn't understand it either. The customer may tell you something, but if you work with them, you'll understand where is the biggest opportunity. So that's customer.
Very good, very good. All right, what challenge I as a student may face while starting a startup? And I'll preface that, do you advise somebody who's a student or freshly graduating from college to start a company, or do you think they should go work for somebody?
I don't think that age should be a problem. So a baby could start a startup if it has unique knowledge of some technology that can solve a real problem for some people that have. It's not the age. And again, the advice is try it, because only through failure you will learn. We all learn everything in books. It's beautiful what we read and professors are teaching us. But when there is a real failure, when we fall on our butt or our butt gets kicked, that's where we learn the real lessons.
Right.
So try it. There is no other.
I'm going to push on that a little bit. What do you think of somebody that comes to you and says, I want to start my own company because I don't like my boss. He makes me come early, he makes me work hard, so I'm going to be an entrepreneur. What do you say to such a person?
I'll tell him to go home.
You'll tell him to go home?
Absolutely, absolutely. Because
just want to make sure.
Yeah, no. I mean, you will suffer more and you will work harder than ever imagined that you will if you have a real startup. It's an obsession, actually. It's an obsession that takes you over, and you'll forget about anything else. And that's why most of the very successful people are ADD or incapable of feelings, robots like Zuckerberg or Bill Gates or others, because it's that immense intensity that you have to go under. Not everybody can do it.
Right.
Normal people can.
Thank you, because sometimes people have a very romanticized version of entrepreneurship. That they will come to an event like this, they'll make a big pitch, and then the rest of it is going to be just float in the clouds.
No. By the way, I want to say something. For me, normality means the average of all abnormalities. So the normal is in the middle for all the abnormalities. So don't be normal. That's not an asset.
I understand.
It's just average.
I understand. Let's take a few more questions. What would be the top 3 things a startup should have at an MVP level for you to invest in?
I invest in, again, it's love, and it's hard to explain what love comes from, or 100% assurance, which means you have a customer who's already paying you, who validated that you have the best possible solution, and there is little chance of competition.
Failure. Excellent. When did you know it was time to close a project or pivot, and what went through your mind, mental state-wise?
It's an excellent question, because usually the ego of the startup founder, it's a necessary ingredient to be crazy enough to start a startup, exactly. Right? But can also stop you from realizing that you are still selling ice when the technology of refrigeration actually moved to refrigerators.
Right.
And it's a difficult problem which you solve by bringing in co-founders or important people that actually disagree with you. So one of the things I learned later on in life, of course, unfortunately, is that you should bring in people with different opinions and not yes men or yes women that will always agree with you and will tell you, oh, your highness, you're so smart, blah, 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 blah. That is the worst thing you can do. You should always ask yourself and your team of what can go wrong, how can we do it better, and presume that you're not the only one who's working on that field.
Very good, very good. What is the best niche to invest in a startup nowadays? I know you're a fan of artificial intelligence, but please broaden that a little.
Okay, so I would go out on a limb and say that there is no artificial intelligence. There is only intelligence. Mm-hmm. And intelligence, we thought that it's only biological. As it turns out, in the last couple of years, we learned that it's not only biological. It's still intelligence. And intelligence learns from the data that it ingresses, that it absorbs, and the mistakes it makes and are corrected by people around it. So, in my view, the world will be run by intelligence, looking at all the data that comes in from us, the people, because we, the people, at least in America, in theory, are the ones that are supposed to decide. And we, the people, have nominated you, the government, to implement what we, the people, tell you. Again, it's theory. In practice, it's the opposite. Mm-hmm. But with AI, it will be obvious that they, the elected ones, are not always implementing what we, the people, want. Yes. And AI can also explain to us that maybe what the government is implementing is actually for our benefit, and so on and so forth. So, since we cannot go and discuss with the authorities everything, and the authorities don't know what we want, we should deploy intelligence in its form as AI to read, understand, and explain, like a ChatGPT, to the government and to us what is going on, so we can be all together instead of being at each other's throat, that you're on the left, that you're on the right, and spitting at each other, so that we actually destroy the fabric of humanity this way.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, our time is up, but thank you very much, not only for being here today, but for representing Oradea well. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for imparting this knowledge with us. And now for our second panel, we will set up the stage here for David, as Executive Director of Oradea IT. Make IT in Oradea will host us. But then we'll have a short break, so stay tuned. And then the moment we've all been waiting for, the startups pitching. David, will you care to explain who will join us today?
Absolutely. Thank you very much for the introduction, Elena. Just to make sure that we have the scene set up. Sorry, we'll have many people on the stage right now, and I'll invite them one by one. Okay. I think we are kind of ready. Still okay? Still awake? Who's still awake? I mean, after this fireside chat, it was a bit fired. Thank you very much, George and Sebastian. Okay, let's move next to the second panel of the day. And I have theoretically five amazing guests. George, please come again on stage. And a big round of applause. Sebastian, we'll have you again on stage as a panelist this time. Just make sure you don't push that backwards, because okay. Valentin Filip from Fortec Investments. Welcome. Ciprian Man from Greuceanu. Welcome. That's it. And I don't know if Mihai Jurcă managed to arrive. I don't think so yet. Okay, no problem. When I'll see him, I'll invite him also on the stage, because we want the opinion of the public sector on this topic. Okay, please. Let's take 30 seconds. Each one of you present a bit yourself. We know already about George. If you want to add something, George, feel free. Let's start from Sebastian and then move around.
Well, I think I presented myself too. So I'm Sebastian. I'm a professor of business technology, also a serial entrepreneur, and I'm a big fan of technology. I do corporate training in, you call them soft skills, I call them business skills in IT.
Ciprian Man, Chip in short, from Greuceanu. And delighted to be here. We are an angel investment platform who is looking for startup investment opportunities, right? But also looking for ways to support startups and investors to build amazing projects.
Now is the moment. Tell us a bit what's happening in Timișoara in the coming weeks with...
For real? You're letting me do this plug? Yes. Shameless plug?
No. Come on.
Okay, well, it's this.
It's about sales.
Okay. Moonicorns.
Actually, a number of things. I'll go through them very quickly. The week that ends on the 27th, 28th, there are a number of startup-related events in Timișoara, starting with university events. They have their student entrepreneurial society kind of group conferences. And then there's something called PROW, which is aimed at startups. It's organized by Co-work, Timișoara. And the point there is that entrepreneurs can take part to understand how product development happens, but very much in what you've been talking about, a kind of market-driven way, customer-driven way, problem-driven, how to solve the customer problem. And then on Friday, the 27th, there's Invest in Unicorns, which is aimed at business angels, at angel investment. Insofar as I know at least, it's the only dedicated conference dedicated to angel investors in Central Eastern Europe at this point. And it's also the place and time where we want to familiarize investors who are not yet part of this select group of people who are crazy enough to invest in early stage startups, which is actually a delightful process, to familiarize them with everything that's relevant, from what part of your portfolio should startups take. Because you don't put all your money in early stage startups, like you don't put all your money in crypto. It's not the same thing, but it's close enough. Right?
Let's not go into that.
Well,
I'm kidding.
The thing about startups, the main difference is that with startups, as an angel, you can de-risk your own investment by getting involved, more than any other difference between these two asset classes. And so make this comparison with other asset classes and then go through the entire investment process. And I won't take any more of your time, but I will mention the fact that because Timișoara is European Capital of Culture this year, on Saturday we have a full day dedicated to culture, because we have the Brâncuși exhibition in Timișoara, which is unique. It's like once in a century. You're never going to see this again. His art from all over the world, Pompidou Centre in Paris, and from MoMA, I think, from the Tate in London, they're all coming. They have already come to Timișoara. So if you're a robber, then this is very interesting because it's such huge value, but more so if you are a person who maybe doesn't even know that much about art. This is an extraordinary opportunity to kind of look into Romanian heritage and European heritage.
Thank
you. So
you.
that's it.
Thank you very much.
Sorry for speaking for so long. I'll shut up now. For the rest of the panel.
Hi everyone, Valentin Filip from Fortec Investments. I came basically from the northeast and arrived in the northwest, if you remember the previous panel, because I'm from Piatra Neamț originally, where Rubik Hub is headquartered. And now I'm in Cluj, and basically we turned the profits of a services company into the seeds, let's say, for startups, because Fortec is a company that was initiated almost 20 years ago, and the founders wanted to give back, and basically this is how we started. Of course, now the company has landed in Silicon Valley, because Silicon Valley has come and acquired Fortec. So now the fund that we have is independent and is fully funded privately by Romanians that have made it. So that's a nice thing. And of course, we're very happy to be here to be able to support startups, to network, of course, with current partners and future partners as well. And from that perspective, I'm more than happy with what we have seen already here at this demo day.
Thank you very much. George, do you want to add anything else?
There's nothing more to add.
Not yet. Okay. So our topic for this panel is around two kind of chicken and egg problems. And we have them both, so we'll see how we can tackle them. It's capital versus talent. What do we need more? Not just Oradea, not even just Romania. It's a general problem in Central Eastern Europe, at least. And if we compare Europe with the US or Asia, you'll see that it's also a problem for Europe. Just to paint the picture here a bit, when we talk about, I mentioned some of the things in the intro regarding the brain drain in Romania, but for example, if we take, I don't know if you read the Atlas report from Sequoia about engineers in Europe, the top city is London with 269,000 engineers. And if we go down the list, we have Bucharest with 21K. We don't have Cluj nowhere. I don't know why they didn't add it, because I guess it's pretty similar with Bucharest. I don't know what Even higher? And Timisoara also? Yeah, I know. We'll give them an email for the next. But anyway, it's a very big discrepancy between not just the first and Bucharest, the first and second. London has 269,000, and the next one, second place in Europe, Paris, has 74,000. When it comes to investment regarding capital, yes, I painted the picture about the talent. When we talk about capital, VC investments, for example, US in 2022 had 242 billions venture capital poured into startups. Europe had 65 billions from that. From the total, and Romania had, from what I had here, I think 0.1 was 100 million if our friends from How to Web didn't miss any in their venture report. So my first question for you, and we can do the first one will be around the others. I will try to mention it so it'd be a bit faster. But this one is open for any of you. Do we need capital first to attract talent, or do we need talent first to attract capital? And why? On short, why?
Okay, so
we can also use the wired ones there if you want, and also don't forget to ask the questions. Here is the code. I will dive into your questions shortly.
I think this all goes back to the question, why California, with the weather and so on and so forth. In the United States, the vast majority of successful companies today are ex-startups. Apple, Tesla, Google, all the large companies. And them being ex-startups, they are more open to talk to young entrepreneurs because it was their experience. In Europe, the vast majority of the companies are very well established, Siemens, BMW, whatever. And naturally, they are reluctant to work with small startups because their whole thinking is based on you have to be this standard and that standard and so on and so forth. So that is a European problem that somehow needs to change. Maybe to legislators, they should say 5% of your expenses, big company, has to go to startups. Give them a chance. That's how I see it.
Thank you, George.
I think that's very, very fair, and it's actually something that I was discussing with Adriana Rimescu yesterday evening from Grăuceanu, and it's spot on. And maybe another thing that we can do is to incentivize the entrepreneurs from these archaic, let's say, industries to invest in startups that would help the domains that they made it in. And when it comes to capital or talent first, I think capital comes for opportunity, not necessarily for talent itself. It comes for opportunity, but to be able to nurture talent, you need capital. So it's important to be able to, let's say, market the opportunity that can happen in a certain area such that you can attract capital, because capital cannot be deployed in thin air. It needs talent, and so it needs to invest to be able to nurture the talent then and basically get the outcome or the ROI or everything else how we want to calculate it in the end.
Thank you. Thank you. Chip?
I totally agree. I think the way I envision it when I think of the two, it's more like two things that attract each other. So whichever you have first is going to attract the other one. Like, in the Middle East, they didn't have much tech talent, but they had a lot of dough. So the talent gravitates more and more towards the area. Of course, in competition, global competition with the other centers, primarily Silicon Valley and London, as you said, and so on. But the two kind of go together, so it's more a question of talent, not capital versus talent, but capital and talent. And maybe we can talk a little more about that, because when I say that, I think of angel investment and how money and talent, expertise, and all that goes together. So we can elaborate. But I think for the most part, we've pretty much solved this panel now, because it's not versus, it's and, right?
Well, I'm a consultant, and they say that when you ask a consultant what time it is, they'll tell you the history of the clock. So I do want to bring a couple of issues. First issue is the fact that we are entering a high inflationary situation. The second one is the fact that most governments are indebted. And when governments are indebted, typically means that they're going to raise taxes. Look at what's happening in Romania. They want to just jack up the taxes. So I think that the whole landscape of capital is going to change. Add to that the failure of Silicon Valley Bank, and I did an interview on that, which is sort of cycling throughout the world, where people are just more scared. If 2-3 years ago, everybody would invest in Zoom because everybody is going to use Zoom or Amazon, now there is a backlash against, so they're laying off people, so on and so forth. So I think that capital is going to be a little more scared. It's not going to be as readily available. Investors are going to think twice. But even more importantly, I think that talent, the definition of talent is going to change. I think that it's no longer going to be availability. I'm a tech engineer, therefore you should hire me. If you look at what's happening with artificial intelligence, I think that a lot of the efforts of artificial intelligence is to replace low-end computer programmer. So the question is, what kind of tech talent will we have? And I think it's going to migrate towards an entrepreneur, towards a salesperson, towards a customer service-oriented person. Not somebody who goes into a basement, develops a software, and if you like it, fine. If not, it's your problem. But rather an educator, somebody who really takes care of adoption. And I think that's going to be the name of the game. I think that tech in the next 5 to 10 years is really going to be about adopting technology that we have, not necessarily developing different technology, because we already have a lot of unused technology. So there's the history of the clock.
Thank you. Sebastian, you already took my second questions, but I want to dive more into that. And also, Valentin, you mentioned that the word opportunity. So what type, or what's the talent that we need? What type of talent? What traits does it have in order to create or to build that types of opportunity? Please, and then I don't know if anyone else wants to add to that shortly.
Yeah, I think this goes exactly in the direction that Sebastian was mentioning, because regardless of the fact that you build a product or you're offering a service, at the end of the day, you're in business with customers. And I have a services background, and I know that 80% of the pay that the customer gives you is not for the solving of the problem, it's the experience that you give the customer while solving their problem. So if you give them a crappy experience, then they don't care that you solved the problem. So from that perspective, let's say the inclination for the collaboration for the customer, for understanding the customer, for trying to embed yourself into the business of the customer such that you know how to solve the problem and to convey the value that you're providing. I think these are the, let's say, the first ones that are required, but also furthermore is leveraging everything that is available, because we still have, and I'm sorry for this, and even more so coming with an experience of software development, we still have engineers that are just enamored with building the best technology, and then if it stays on a shelf, it's fine for them because they built, because they built the best system out there. The issue with this is it's going to cost a lot. Another issue, it's not going to solve any problem. And at the end of the day, there are a ton of solutions to try fast, to fail fast, or then to find the problem and solution fit, and then build the serious solution.
Thank you. George, what do you think?
So, keying on the fail fast, actually, as I said, intelligence learns from failure. Yeah. The more you fail, the more intelligent you become, because you learn more and more and more. And your original question, I don't think there is an answer to it, because we just don't know the future. And what the future will demand, probably not software engineers. ChatGPT today can write code better than the average or even high-end engineers, and it does it in minutes. And that code works and so on and so forth. But what ChatGPT cannot is that charming your customer. Because you're absolutely right. Sometimes your customer does not really know what their real problem is. And if you give them a good sales pitch and he trusts you, he actually will use you to solve his real problem that he's not aware of yet. So that's the secret. Yeah.
I use this example with the students. I have a friend who's also a client from Austin, Texas, who's an executive for Oracle. And he gave me the numbers. He says Oracle has about 100,000 software developers, and they have 800,000 sellers and resellers worldwide. And that's the percentage, okay? So whatever number of people you have doing development, you should have 8 times more people doing sales, customer service, and consumer engagement. And that's something that I know a lot of tech people have a problem with. Because the customer is dumb, because the customer doesn't know how to use the technology, because the customer didn't read the description, so on and so forth. But I think that that's what future talent looks like.
Sebastian, please keep the mic, because I have follow-up questions here. How can you, also being involved very much in the academic sector, how should the academic sector prepare for what's coming regarding training talent? Or what else can we, I don't know, what else can we do? Like, is there any other ways to do it instead of going through a university? Mihai, just make sure you don't go backwards, because you'll...
Last time I was on this stage, I got in trouble because there was a newspaper reporter who wrote what I actually said, and he took me out of context because I said something that I don't like high schoolers from Oradea, and that's not true. I love every high schooler from Oradea. So if you look at the educational system tends to be reactionary, and by and large, the educational system goes to the means. You educate a nation. So it's very difficult to talk about the educational system taking care of the avant-garde. I mean, when you look at the technology sector, we are the prophets. I mean, we are the most forward-thinking. We shape the future. It's very difficult to go to the educational system and say, well, why don't you teach those people creativity? Why don't you teach students problem-solving skills? Maybe you can ask them to teach communication skills. But the fact of the matter is that I don't think that the educational system in Romania, not even in America or in the Western world, is equipped to do that. This is why I think that you need additional educational initiatives. You need to have the civil society, you need to have corporate training, you need to have online teaching, coaching, mentoring, and those things can do it much quicker and much more effectively. Because if you get into accreditation, if you get into professors with PhDs who have a publishing records, who have a textbook written on that particular subject matter, my goodness, you're dead, you're over. So don't expect, I'm not saying not to put pressure to reform it, by all means do it, but I think you have to be realistic. And if we're dealing with a category that's an avant-garde, let's make sure that we have avant-garde solutions for them.
Thank you. I have one more question regarding the talent side, and I will ask.
We'll make Mihai answer, because he knows it.
Mihai, you just came, and I will pick it up from where you left. You were talking about talent. We're talking about talent. So, how can we attract? Okay, we talked about educating, about growing, about I don't know, but how can we also attract talent as a city, as a community, and then also, George, from your experience in US and other parts of the globe where you've been, how do you attract talent?
From a city perspective, as I said, we do have a startup mindset, but nevertheless, we need to catch up with the private sector. So we know to attract talent by trying to give as best as we can public service. So if we have the best public service in a given context, then you have some ingredients. This is not enough, but you have some solid ingredients for attracting talent. Another thing is to be flexible and to understand what opportunities we have And now we are preparing, or we are already in, and probably we are already in the biggest war between capital and talent. We saw that labor lost the war with capital, and now we see that CEOs, let's say, if we take talent as an example and we put a CEO as the pinnacle of talent, we see that the talent is gaining ground. And some of the remarks that you had, of course, you want to have PhDs, or you want to have a certain structure, maybe because it's part of a bigger picture and it's part of a bigger scheme of not losing some of the assets, some of the leverages that capital had, and capital was, and maybe still is, ruling most part of the economy. But we see talent in the form of people, and we talk about the tech community with a lot of good examples, but not only, that are gaining grounds. And we've seen income for CEOs increasing even in times where labor lost in terms of income, but never the talent, never the top gifted people. So in order for us to attract this type of talent, we need to understand that basic requirements as a city need to be met at the expectations of talented people. And of course, talented people will not only accept my apology for having a big work site here. They need to also see sort of a quality and delivery according to their standards. So in order for us to attract talent, it's not enough to offer services or to do our best. It's to meet up with some expectations. Let's say that in the last years, we've done a, let's say, acceptable job in meeting some of the expectations. We still have people coming into the city and saying it's more than I expected. So this is one way for us to do something. And to answer your question, this is what we can do. But beyond that, we need to ensure also other ingredients for growth. And for talent growth, you need mobility, accessibility. We need to be very careful and look towards sustainability, but in a manner that will not decrease our competitivity, because unfortunately, for the first gap of development, it goes head to head. So you either have one or the other. It's really difficult to have both. So we need to have a balanced assessment of where we need sustainability, and I'm a big fan of sustainability, but we also need to understand that we are competing in a global market. Attracting talent is not enough if you're not competitive. You can be the greenest place on earth, but it won't be enough. So we need to have a good way of assessing the good balance. And of course, besides that, is trying to set up contexts and setting up programs that would spark somebody talented's curiosity. So we need to have approaches and policies that would at least put a talented person in asking, I may consider this. Maybe that's not far away from what I would like. So I'm not sure if that's good enough as an answer, but I think that these are some of the main
painted a good picture. You painted a good picture, and a big one. I wanna head towards the two questions that I have here, and then we'll end. George, I have a question for you, I think. Regarding talent in a startup, what should you look at in a co-founder when even you don't have enough business experience?
So coming back to attracting talent, I think Oradea is doing an outstanding job, much better than any other city in Europe, not only in Romania, to attract talent. And I want to thank you again for the conference that you held that brought professors from Oxford and the Technion, and my good friend, the vice president of Pfizer, that you met to Oradea, and I'm sorry he couldn't make it to this conference. talent, just like Hollywood attracts actresses or actors, it's a buzzword, it's a fantasy. Just like Silicon Valley attracts engineers, everybody is going to where they think that they can make their own life better. So it takes time, and Oradea is doing an excellent job. And it will pay back in a long, long time. You cannot expect things to do overnight. So, sorry, what was the question?
No problem, no problem. Thank you on taking on that one too. So, you're a founder, you're looking for a co-founder, and maybe not even you have enough business experience. How would you choose that?
Okay, so we all learn from mistakes only. As I said, intelligence, artificial or biological, learns from mistake. In the beginning, I wanted co-founders that were yes men. Yes, George, ce frumos ești, ce deștept ești. That's what I was looking unwillingly, with, of course, knowledge and talent. Actually, today, I'm looking for people that contradict me, that want to point out my deficiencies.
And complete them, maybe.
Yes, that can complete me. Like in the movie Jerry Maguire, when he walks in and, yes, he says to her, you complete me. It all comes down to love, ultimately. But now I love people that challenge, that ask questions, that make me in the long run and the company that we will build together, make in the run more successful by challenging the fantasies that I have about life.
Last question for Chip and Vali. Any of you want to go first? What would you say to a founder which needs both talent and money? I mean, I don't know which founder doesn't need both of them, but anyway.
Right. Well, founders, I suppose, generally think of investors as the people with the money. So it's a good question. But they are not the only ones with all of the talent. So I think what happens is they look towards investors for money as well as at least some talent. And that can be in the form of experience, expertise, network, connections that the investor can make, especially when we're talking about angels, but also about things like angel funds, VCs, the more operational the VC, the more talent there will be employed on behalf of the founder. So what would you say to them? What we always say to founders is that what we strive to provide is, yes, the money, but also the kind of expertise and support that they will undoubtedly require over time, but even in the short term. And it's actually really fun, especially with really early stage startups, to talk to entrepreneurs and ask them the basic hard questions. You must all have done this repeatedly, but it's a great experience to see how it kind of cracks them open. And they realize that, oh, I'd never thought of that, but this is a pertinent question. So you can see how the story starts to build and take root in their mind first, that fantasy, right? But it also gets them to leverage their own talent and to realize what talent they're lacking. Who else do they need on the team? Because what you invest in initially is mostly the team in this early stage game. So they start to understand what they need in their co-founders and what to ask for when they talk to an angel or an operational VC or a partner like that.
Thank you. Thank you. Vali, anything else to add?
Yeah, I would say get a co-founder that doesn't want a salary, because then you get both. You get talent and money, 'cause otherwise you need a VC or an angel investor. But if they don't want money, you don't need money from somebody else. So yeah, jokes aside, I think if you need talent, basically you need people that will contradict you, or in another way of saying it, you need people smarter than you in the same boat. And that's very difficult to to be comfortable with. I actually even met somebody, a colleague, let's say, in the industry that didn't want to invest in a startup because they didn't feel that they could manage the founder of that startup. So that's pinnacle of not being comfortable with being in the same room with smarter people. So you definitely need this as a trait to be able to attract talent alongside yourself, regardless of what you're doing, because I just gave an example of somebody that should have been already comfortable with this. And when it comes to getting investments or capital, I would say try to understand what's the interest of that person or entity that should be willing to give you money. Because it's not only the idea that I have money and I'm going to deploy it, because I have KPIs to achieve and I need to give the money out in 6 months or a year or something like that. I have some interests as well. I want to support startups in.
I think George named this love.
Yeah.
You say it's interests.
Interests. Okay, so yeah. So I want to support startup in an industry. I have some qualities or experience that I can deploy, and I want to be relevant for the startups that I invest in. So then I need to invest only in those types of startups. So it's important to know your audience, not only when it comes to the customer, but also when it comes to the investor, because they're your partners as well, exactly like the co-founders.
Thank you, Sebastian. Any closing remarks?
I was just going to say there was a famous book in the 80s entitled Why Do I Attract All the Wrong People? And the premise of the book is that you don't attract what you want, you attract what you are. So oftentimes as a co-founder, you attract somebody like yourself. So if you want to attract somebody better, become a better person. As simple as that.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. A big round of applause. And Elena, the stage is all yours.
Thank you. Well, I won't jump on the stage, but I will welcome everybody for a short break, and then we can get our wiggles out for the pitching session. Thank you. you for sticking with us. And now, the moment we've all been waiting for, or at least I have, guilty. Please take your seats, put your phones away, keep your conversation for the networking. Thank you. It's time to meet the finalists of the Bright Lab Incubator 2023 cohort, the third. I'm so happy to share these amazing builders, the stage with these amazing builders coming next, especially the women in tech. As you know by now, but let me remind you, you have around 5 minutes. Sit around here. If you're two, you're already set up. And you, after the pitch, 2 questions will follow from the mentors. We have 3-4 mentors hopefully ready. And only 2 questions are going to be allowed. Ready, set, go. Let the games begin for Notora from Bayamare, Theo and Julia.
Hello everyone, we're Julia and Theo, the founders of Notora, a creative-first job platform that matches creatives such as illustrators, graphic designers, and so on with design-focused companies. Nowadays, finding a creative is no longer a problem, but finding the right creative is. Did you know that it takes on average 52 days to fill a creative job opening? What's more, employers spend up to £6,000 on hiring. Why is that? Hiring is dreadful. Job descriptions are messy, which leads to a lot of applications from the wrong candidates. And to put on top of that, shortlisting creatives is increasingly difficult because you have to juggle between CVs and different portfolio formats. Let's say you want to escape all of that and go for a recruiting agency, then you have to break the bank because it can cost up to £36,000. Our solution? Making finding the right creative a breeze by cutting on both the time and the cost to find the right candidate. How? Through a matching algorithm that empowers brands to find the right creative faster, job ads that stand out, so you never miss out on the great candidates, as well as an application tracking system that is tailored for creative jobs, so it's easy to review both CVs and portfolios in one go. Our targeted customers are innovative, fast-moving startups, as well as established design-centric businesses. Or simply Mark, who's 42, head of marketing, and can navigate up to 50-plus marketing campaign, but not to the right creative. The market size is big. According to the UN, there are 50 million jobs worldwide generated by the creative industry. But if we are to be specific about our initial target market, in the UK, there are 2.5 million jobs. And if we would serve only 1%, that would mean we would have around 25,000 jobs on our platform. Pretty cool. Our revenue model is simple. We charge a fixed fee of £200 for every job listing. When it comes to competitors, Notora stands out through both the relevance of the job listing as well as the quality of the application process. Sure, there are other creative-focused platforms, but none of them really nail these 2 criteria. And traditional job boards simply focus on volume. When it comes to our roadmap, we started the Bright Labs Incubator, and since then we've developed a strategy, we worked on developing an MVP, and did a lot of customer interviews, which led to a slight pivot. And in the future, we are focused on conducting more customer interviews in the UK, have a go-to-market strategy ready, as well as launch our next MVP at the beginning of the year. What's our ask? We want intros to hiring managers to learn more, but also help in finding a CTO and an advisor who is as excited as we are about the creative industry. And here's the team. It's us. We have 6+ years in the creative freelancing industry, but I'm the creative brain with the marketing background, and Theo is the analytical brain with a business degree background. And now it's demo time.
Hi everyone. So for starters, what would the creative first job platform do? Obviously, ask creatives what actually matters to them. Like the kind of role they would like to have, what would be the minimum salary they would expect, but also what do they value in terms of culture in a company. So then we would let our matching algorithm do its magic and show creatives only relevant jobs in an easy way to digest them. But here is where we also empower brands to create job ads that stand out. And we do this by giving creative job seekers a preview of what's crucial for the role, such as the skills that they need, the level of experience, but also a hiring roadmap and more. If we are to dive deeper into more details, here creatives can really see what the job is about, but also how exciting the company behind is. And here is where it gets interesting for hiring managers when they're receiving applications, because we give them an application tracking system that helps them sort the candidates easily. And here we have an example of an application where we can see exactly how good the match they received is, but also a short snippet of the portfolio or some relevant projects. But let's say we don't want this candidate because they are not based in Europe, and that's a deal breaker. We found another candidate that's the perfect match, and we want to find out more about them. And here is an easy way to review both the CV and the portfolio in one go. This would be the Notorina glimpse. Thank you.
Thank you.
First time. Where's the mic? Mic? Mentor, if you have it. Is it on? Yeah.
We took the microphone's breath away. No.
It should work.
Does it work now?
Yeah.
Okay. Great presentation. Thank you and congrats. Thank you. How do you make sure you're doing the right match between the supply and the demand? Because maybe you're gonna have a lot of creators with a skill set, but maybe actually the people that are hiring or the companies are actually looking for a different type of skill sets. So where are you going first? Are you going towards the supply and get the feedback, or are you going towards the demand and get the feedback?
I think I can answer that. So we're going both ways, from the creatives as well as the companies that are posting the job. So with creatives, we not only ask them about their skill set or, I don't know, what's the minimum salary or whatever, but also what's important to them when they work in a company. Because when you're hiring for long-term, full-time jobs, you want them to stay with you and grow with you. So we ask them about what's important in the culture or anything that is truly unique for them. And we do the same with the brands. That's why in the job list, you can have like what's exciting about the company, maybe how much money they raised, and the perks of the company in general. And the way it works with our matching algorithm, we take keywords as well as like skills or like what's important to them in terms of culture, and that's how we match them. And for creatives, we only show the relevant jobs, so they don't have to scroll through a lot of ones that like don't match their expertise level and so on.
Clear. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Hello. Really great presentation, so congrats on that.
Thank you.
We've seen a lot of startups that operate in the HR tech trying to disrupt the way traditional job boards operate. And I understand that you're niching on creative jobs. I'm curious, how would you tackle other startups that do similar things, like from video analysis and matching like you do, that could have your solution as a feature for them?
Do you want to go, or should I?
Precisely.
So you mean what's stopping?
So their solution could be another feature. They could add another feature to their solution just to tackle the niche that you're targeting.
Okay, so I think when it comes to traditional job boards, they are really focused on how the businesses put their jobs forward and stuff, but that's why we are creative focused. So again, with what happens before, the matching, but also what happens after, which is actually something that is not really done in the industry. You would find job boards that are focused on creatives, but you don't really have someone that helps you with like going through CVs and portfolios in one go to make it really easy and less of a hurdle really to shortlist. So they could do that, but why didn't they do it up until now? And I'm sure that by the time they realize it, we would already be established on the market.
Thank you, Theo and Julia from Notora. And thank you for traveling from Baia Mare, right? Next from Cluj-Napoca is RehabX. Please, the two co-founders, Marius and Cosmin, will pitch now.
Hi everyone, we are Marius and Cosmin from RehabX, and we are going to show you in the next couple of minutes how we are changing rehabilitation with the help of VR. We have noticed a big problem in all the rehab centers across Romania and not only. Nobody is leveraging the power of virtual reality. This leads to a process that is incomplete, it's not engaging for the patient, and is very it has a lot of downside on the cost part for the rehab centers. We aim to bridge this gap with our solution, providing a modern and efficient way to do rehabilitation. Our solution is changing the way that rehabilitation is being done, while providing a product that is holistic in its approach, being engaging for the patient, and at the same time very cost-effective for the rehab center. In this way, everybody wins. The rehab center will not lose customers anymore due to using decades-old techniques. And at the same time, we're making sure that the patient is getting the best treatment available. Now, let's take a look in what we are offering with our VR experience. By having gamified exercises and daily activities, we are making sure that our solution is both engaging and rewarding at the same time. The patient will enjoy an immersive game-like environment, seamlessly integrating rehabilitation into their daily lives. It's not just a treatment, it's an adventure for the patient. We are basing our business plan on a subscription-based pricing that is tailored to meet the needs of every rehabilitation centers. We want to make sure that everyone has access to our solution. We are offering two pricing tiers, accommodating varying numbers of patients. The market size is huge for us, but we are focusing only on the obtainable market for us. We are targeting rehabilitation centers and healthcare facilities that are fit for our innovation solution. In the same time, we want to make sure that we leverage this innovative advantage over the market. Our main competitors already have mature solutions, but mainly in the United States and the Western Europe. Here in Romania, we stand as pioneers because we are the only one who developed such a product. Even beyond in the Eastern Europe, competition is almost non-existent, giving us a huge advantage on this untapped market. We have big plans for the future. We want to start generating revenue even before we certify our product. We want to close partnerships with our potential customers on a smaller price, and at the same time, we want to make sure that our product is developed based on real use cases. The traction is the KPI for our success, and up until now, we have managed to get 2 letters of intent from potential customers. We have a strong presence in the written media and the TV, and at the same time, we have a soft commitment for investment, a true testament for our compelling vision for rehabilitation. These are some of the partners that we have worked with this year, but I want to point out Physiomedica and Physiohand, 2 rehab centers from Cluj that have helped us with the clinical trials so far. Our strength lies in our team of experts, me and Cosmin being the co-founders. Also, we have advisors with decades of experience on rehabilitation side and virtual reality. We are asking for around $200,000. Most of this money will be used in getting the crucial medical certification needed for our product. This certification will put us right in the market, and the rest of the money will be used to enhance our product and strengthen our position in the market. Now, my colleague Cosmin will show you a small demo of our product. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Marius. Hello, everyone. So, how it works, our product is split into parts. One part is the hardware side, and the other is the software side. For the hardware, basically, we are using a VR headset that is from Meta. And for the software side, basically, we are developing the application using Unity, where we created an environment and place the patient there. We create the environment to be very familiar with their home. And we are doing hand tracking without any kind of controllers or other external devices. Inside our app, basically, the patient will receive clear instruction what they need to do, but also we provide real feedback based on auditive and visual aspects. So the key benefits of the application is regarding to real feedback and possibility to make exercises in a real context. So this kind of application has a real impact also on the brain level. Basically, we are tricking the brain that the person does real exercises. And with this kind of approach, basically we can speed up the rehabilitation period. And also we can treat more than one part. Thank you.
Congrats. Q&A, raise your hand. Here and then back.
Thank you for the presentation, very well done.
Thank you.
You mentioned certification. It costs a lot, it takes a lot of time. How will your go-to-market look before the certification and how it will look after certification?
Like I've said in
Central Eastern Europe, I assume.
Sorry?
In Central Eastern Europe.
So right now we are in the process of looking for potential customers in Romania. We already have some close partnerships in Cluj-Napoca, and we are looking forward to close some deals in Bucharest and Iași. We are offering a deal, and they are offering us their support and a small price, and we are offering them a solution tailored to their special needs, because every rehab center is specialized in treating another injury or something like that. So they make sure we have a product that fits their needs perfectly, and at the same time we get a small revenue before we certify. We cannot charge full price because it's not a product that they can market and sell as the usuals.
Just, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, maybe something to add. In the health industry, it's one of the biggest industry where you need to make experiments. So you need to test with real patients before you get certified. This is included, clinical test, and elaborate some sort of data and analytics. So this is really important also for the clinics to be part of project that can make research and develop a product for custom needs. And together with us, we can create some sort of scenarios where can act very differently. So this is the approach before the certification, to find 15 or 20 clinics willing to collaborate with us and pay us in order to develop the product. And after that, we give special prices after the product is launched.
Yeah. Thank you.
Hi guys, thank you for the presentation. So I'm curious in terms of the types of injuries that you would be able to help in the rehabilitation of. So what types of limbs would you be able to track? And with that, how accurate would your solution be in tracking the motion? Because rehabilitation is not only for achieving the objective, is also the type of motion that I'm making to make sure that the limb gets full mobility back.
Right now we are focusing only, our MVP is focused only on upper arm rehabilitation or hand. Even our specialist is focused on hand rehabilitation. The tracking in VR is 100% accurate. Nobody is lost. The movement is very natural. So we
the
also
tracking of the limb. So can you see if I just move it like this?
Everything.
Okay.
Just to add something, we are using the SDK developed by Meta, and they are using also in the Oculus menu. So this is the state of the art when it comes to the hand tracking.
It's not something that we did. We take something off the shelf. It works perfectly. It fits the needs of our product. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, and that's a wrap. Congrats, Marius and Cosmin. Getting ready to join the stage is Julius Fabini from Sibiu. He will present about agramonia.
Hello, I'm Julius, and I will present you Agramonia, the community-based marketplace for agritourism. In Europe, 65% of farmers want to start in tourism, but they lack the knowledge how to start. On the other hand, the market for travel experiences is becoming bigger. It will reach 250 billion annually in 2030. There's a huge opportunity. In Romania, just during the pandemic, 250,000 people moved to the countryside. They bring the digital know-how into the rural communities and can become community heroes. That's what we are doing. We are transforming rural newcomers into community heroes who help the locals in the integration and administration while earning commission. Let me show you. That's our application, someone creating a workshop. We have gamification features, everything is fun. We have also an AI part, like people helping in the spelling and everything. Workshops can be created by the community hero or the farmer himself. Both can learn together how to administrate their offers in agritourism. Select the images, the season, as you see in the demo, and your activity workshop will be posted after reviewed by the community hero. When the community hero created the activity, then you can also access the profiles, change the availabilities, help him with all he needs. The booking is entering the community hero as well as the local. In this way, we can administrate workshops, accommodation, products, everything what is around agritourism. As a tourist, you get the email, the travel plan of your booking. Let's look on the other hand. You as a tourist, you might want to go to the countryside. There's so many nice countryside experiences you were never able to book so far. Now it's possible. You can go on our website, agramonia.com, select activities on the map, include them in your unique travel plan, select the time slots, and so on. We also have the upselling feature and select the dates, real-time availabilities, concluded in your travel plan and book your rural holidays in Romania and support the local. How do we make money? We collect an on-top payment from the tourist and the local is paid cash upon arrival. We have, of course, competition in what we are doing, a lot of. But we are the only one with a community-based administration system which enables locals to administrate, to enter the travel experiences market. During this program, we learned a lot. We changed our go-to-market strategy, got a market-fit product, became less stupid. Like in workshops, learning about sales, learning about so many things I did not know before. And special thanks to our mentor, Paul Harvers, who did an awesome job, even went with us through the villages. That's our numbers before, that's our numbers after. We are scaling on a low level, but we are scaling. We have onboarded some of the key persons in the ecosystem in Romania for rural tourism. From Mutat la Țara and Flavors of Romania, those are the people we need. Those are the people who are collaborating with us. I'm Julius. I came in 2018 to Romania, opened a guest house in the Transylvanian countryside while doing a crowdfunding back in Germany, and did an exit last year to focus full-time on this project. We are the people able to scale community-based administration and to implement it in Romania. And today we are asking you for 2,000 euros, a micro crowdfunding ticket, to support rural Romania and to make rural experiences finally bookable and help locals.
Congrats. Go.
Congrats for the presentation and for your progress. So given that your advantage is actually the fact that you're having people on the ground in each of the community, how are you able to scale that, and how can you make sure that you have the right person in the right community and he does the right job?
So we are focusing on people who moved recently to the countryside, and those are integrating others. It's easy to target them via social media and so on, and of course it's a sales process.
And do they have to do any sort of operations? And here I mean, you mentioned that you're having some administration in each of the community, right?
Yeah, we have communities of 5, 10, 20 people, in which one is helping the others in the integration and administration while earning commission.
Okay, so you don't necessarily have a lead for that one community?
Yeah.
Okay, clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Mircea. Up front.
Julius, it's been a while. Great presentation, great energy, slides got better. Question from me is, why are you alone for now? Who else is in your team or should be in your team?
Yeah, I'm a solo founder. I'm looking for people who brings the 10x. I found them already. We make the paperwork, and I will have them onboarded.
Thank you. Congratulations, Julius, for Agramonia. Coming up next from Poland, who will present very good exercises, Irine, just say your family name, because...
Antonieska.
Antonieska.
111.
Come on, give her a warm applause.
Wow. Hello, everyone. Have you ever started training and stopped before you achieve the results? If yes, then you are not alone. 50% of people also do that. They don't know how to combine exercise in a program, how not to get tired and lose motivation, and whether they're doing their exercise technique correctly. My name is Irena, and I'm introducing a mobile app with a simple name, Very Good Exercises, the first solution on the market that creates an individual workout program based on analysis of your muscle condition. So, why is it important? Generic workouts programs do not take into account that all of you are unique. All of us have muscles, but all these muscles are different. Some are tense, some need to be stronger, some need to be stretched. Your training program will be 30% more efficient because the exercise in your program is adapted for specific needs of your muscles. You will spend less time training, you will get results faster, and you will be less tired. Our market is huge and growing at 30% a year. Our business model is subscription-based. In 2021, I created a methodology. We made €2,000 by selling training programs in our no-code prototype. During this program, we creating our MVP, and we are planning to launch it in November. We changed our positioning. We started building our community in social media and building partnerships. And of course, we have competitors, but most of them use a general approach and selection of exercises by body parts or by the difficulty level, and we want to change it. I'm a physician with 8 years of experience. I help people with back pain using a combination of classical massage and physical therapy techniques. My co-founder, Anatoly, is a serial entrepreneur with more than 8 years of experience in product design and development. He has medical background and graduate medical university too. We are working together for 1 year, and we are excited to take on new challenges together. We are raising €50,000 by R&D and marketing. And I'm very excited to show you our demo. The first step, you get a little questionnaire in your app. Now you can get a muscle test in your app. It looks very easy, like in my screen. Now our algorithm knows which muscles you need to make stronger and which muscles you need to stretch. You get a personalized training program in your app, and you can read a conclusion in our app about your muscle condition. And of course, you can track your progress in our app. I'm very excited with this solution. If you have back pain, if you have some problem with your posture, if you work a lot, you really need our app. And we get your feedback on your exercise technique using AI. And let's be healthy and train with very good exercises. Thank you.
Q&A, you have to raise your hands. If you don't raise your hand, okay. I'm gonna pick one.
Hi, Renat.
Hello.
So thank you, and thank you on behalf of all programmers, because we all need your app. Apart from that, I'm curious, how are you planning on making it popular and making it known by the programmers that are not in this room?
Thank you for this question. And we started building community in social media, and we started building partnerships with some healthcare providers with a similar app for health. For example, with healthcare nutrition, with specialists who are doing massage, and we are planning to get partnership with some sport equipment, for example, with yoga mats. And for example, I have very health orthopedic boots, and all people who use these boots really care about posture. And I think all people around this stage has back pain.
I have back pain. Am I old?
Thank you for your question.
Thank you, Zoe.
Another mentee? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We're halfway done. Now it's time for Cristina Galescu, I have here, for Move Mountains. She's from Timișoara, dazzle us. And the mentors.
Imagine a world where every moment is an adventure waiting to be explored. I am Christina. Let me present you Move Mountains. Let's say you're on holiday and you want to try a new outdoor experience, like climbing. You come across an event on Facebook organized by John. You know nothing about the experience, so suddenly you find yourself in front of 5 open tabs, checking who John is, where the location is, and so on. And if you are lucky enough to really find something, it means that John has spent so much money on marketing. Move Mountains solves the problem for both you and John. All the guides and all the activities on the platform are verified. Information is in one place, payment is secure, and now John has a management and marketing tool. Adventure tourism is a growing industry. With a global market size of $373 billion in 2022, it is expected to reach $2 trillion by 2030. From January until now, our numbers look like this. Over 200 ski courses were booked on the platform. There are 60 active guides right now on the platform, and we have over 10K followers on social media. We keep 50% commission from the guides for each transaction. And of course, we are in a highly competitive market, but we want to stand out and incorporate all the advantages into one product. It's about real-time reservations, a management tool for the agencies and ski schools to incorporate them in the product. It's a one-stop shop, and we are on our way to develop an AI for more personalized experiences. We've been through a lot in this time, but let's talk about the good things. In January this year, the MVP was up and running. Then we won the Best Product Prize of Innovation Labs, and now we are on our way to raise money for extending in new markets. So here we are, me and Raul, we have experience as ski instructors, event organizers, as well as in marketing and management, while Tavi and Sebi make the vision come true by developing the product. We plan to raise 100K in the first quarter of 2024, which will help us selling the next 1,500 experiences on the platform. Thank you, and I really encourage you to use the platform. Can
Hi,
you play?
I'm Raul, and let's see what the platform can do. On the homepage, you can see the upcoming events and information about us. And let's go on the activity page. Here we have filters. We can select the activity, the location, and the date. After that, we need to choose the event. Let's choose this one. After you enter on the event, you can see the organizers, the description of the event, the images. Also, you can select the number of the participants, can see the exact location on the map, and reserve the activity. Here, you need to fill all the information about the participants. Also, you can enter a promo code and pay securely through the platform. Okay, let's change on the vendor side. You need to create an account to fill the information about profile and also the legal information. And after that, you are able to create the activity. Here, you need to enter the title, the description of the activity, the date for the activity, also the price for the activity. And after that, you can list the activity on the platform. On the vendor side, you also can check the information about the participants. And now you can scan the code and book your next activity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation, guys. How are you different from getyourguide.co.uk?
Okay.
Go.
Okay, we start with ski and snowboard courses, and we help the ski and snowboard instructors with a calendar. And on Get Your Guide, you can find activities like ski and snowboard on hours and dates.
And what we are trying to do right now with the more personalized experiences is the problem that also the guides, also the clients told us that they can't find the perfect guide, the perfect instructor for themselves. So we are trying to categorize them with some psychological or some questions in order to give them the right person to teach.
Thank you.
Given the fierce competition, how do you plan to get customers to your platform instead of the other platforms? Like, what's your go-to-market strategy, maybe?
Of course, with marketing and promo codes and all the stuff, but our main focus is in developing a product that's useful for the guides, that commission is nothing for them instead of the benefits that we are giving them, so they are coming with the clients in the platform.
Clear, thank you.
Would they have any incentive in onboarding the customers on the platform themselves, so the guides?
I don't understand.
So instead of them just, if somebody comes at the ski slope, let's say, and instead of them just writing them down on a piece of paper or whatnot, would they have any incentive in getting them to be onboarded through the app at this point or in your plans?
Yes.
What would be that reason for them to get the customer in the app?
Because we are developing the product to help them. They have the calendar, they have marketing, they have the billing in the platform, so they don't need to do anything else than just to teach. They don't have the administrative tasks and all of this.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Yes, that's also on the list.
Thank you, and we hope you move mountains. Two more to go. We have Snap Skills from local Oradea here. Come on, join us on stage.
Hello everybody, we are SnapSkills and we are here to redefine corporate onboarding. We made it our life mission to redefine corporate onboarding and training through short-form videos and gamification, and we want to stick to it and live by it. We are targeting companies with high turnover, that turnover being generated by the high complexity workloads. We want to run you through some facts and then we'll move on. The first fact is that a study showed that a person's attention span is less than 8 seconds. That's 3 times less than a goldfish. So through our app, through gamified experience and through short trainings, we want to improve this attention span. We want to make the people, the employees, feel hooked with your training. We don't want boring PDFs. Also, another study showed that the job retention in companies with high turnovers, it's less than 90 days. That's just 3 months, the probation period. Through our app, we want to give the users the sense of progress. We want to give them the sense of being almost there, almost ready to go into production. We just don't want to destroy your training and onboarding department. We are not here to do that. We want to be a body for your employees and an assistant for the trainers. You may be asking, why assistant for the trainers? Because by being your assistant for the trainers, you don't need the trainer to stay long hours. You don't need them to be there constantly asking questions like, I'm sorry, can we rewind back that training? No. So you cut costs. And as for your employees, they will have a body. They will feel, let's say, safe along that 90 to 120 days of probation period. They will be able to go back to rewatch the trainings. They will have a space where they find all the information they need every time, at every moment. The market size is huge. In 2021, it was estimated that the e-learning market size was around 210.1 billion, and it's projected to be as high as 848.12 billion by 2030. These are our main competitors. Teachable Academy, Ocean, you can see them on the slides. And what we are bringing unique to the table, let's say, is that we are focusing on the experience that the employee has, not the fact that we just want to make money. We are very proud to announce you here officially that we are working with Plexus to develop our first MVP. And just let me tell you some facts about Plexus Oradea. Currently, they are hiring 70 to 100 persons weekly. They have 10 units worldwide, and their turnover rate, although we can't disclose the exact number, it's around 40% turnover rate. When they heard about our startup, they came to us and asked us if we will be their go-to platform to be something like an employer branding to help their employees feel more like a family. I know it sounds very corporatist, but that's the word. And they want us to help them reduce their turnover to 20%. That's half. As for the cost, as for the business model, we are looking at a licensing type of business model starting at US $4,100. Why that? Because that's the average cost that a company will spend on hiring one new person in the company and the PCB electronics market. Let me guide you through the demo. We have the profile part where you can see if you're an admin or an employee. You have all the details that to get to the job, to get home, you see what buses you need to take, etc. You have the training, the actual trainings. After the training, you will be able to take a quiz. After finishing the quiz, you will be able to go back, see the other trainings, or retake the quiz if you're not sure. You also can see every training that you had, the trainings that are upcoming, and we also give them a sense of progress by giving them a dashboard to see how close they are to go into production. We also have an admin dashboard. The admin dashboard will provide a more in-depth experience and statistics for the employer to see the efficiency of the training and how many of the employers are, or the employees are actually getting training done. Let me present you the team. David Nitsu, CEO, ex-CEO of Bau Vertical, business person. Me, Stefan Feher, CTO, experience with DevOps, cybersecurity, and developer. And Julia Bulugu, CMO, who is our marketing and SEO guru. Our ask is $87,000 US, 57% of which will go towards research and development. That includes developers, salaries, everything that has to do with the infrastructure costs. 28% will go to marketing, and the other 15% will go to the miscellaneous costs that come with the startup. Office space, salaries, food on the table, and everything else. Thank you. We are SnapSkills.
Thank you. Where's my mic? Thank you. Questions? Perfect.
Hello. Haven't seen you in a while. Well done. Lots of progress since we've met. Question from me. You said that you're asking 87,000, and you were very specific on what you will be spending those. What's the runway that will give you, and what will be the output of those money?
Yeah, sure. So we were asking for the exact amount because after some calculations, we decided that we need to hire 2 extra developers that we're going to be full stack React Native developers. That's around 30 to 35K for, let's say, 8 to 12 months. And this runway will give us the opportunity to go to market with 5 or more clients. We are aiming to 5 clients by the end of 2023, if possible, if not in the first quarter. And it will also help us reach a lot of people through marketing, especially LinkedIn marketing, which is very expensive, but we are only targeting B2B. I hope that answered your question.
Thank you.
Can you tell us what the licensing is for? So if I buy 1 license, what do I get? And second, what types of trainings do you foresee improving retention?
Yeah, sure. So the licensing will be something like, if you buy Windows Enterprise version, every other enterprise software comes with a license. You will be able to use our program, SnapSkills, our platform, for the set amount of period that we are licensing it to you, and you will get all the benefits that we are offering. So we are not gatekeeping anything. And could you repeat the end of the question, please?
What types of trainings would have an impact in the retention rate?
Yeah, sure. So if I'm understanding the question correctly, we are going to implement different training techniques for trainings. The first one being the efficiency repetition techniques. I don't know, I think all of you here took your driving license, and when you go to the website to do the training session of the theoretical part, you will see that if you have a mistake on a question, that question will appear again and again and again, as many times as it needs to, until the computer or the algorithm decided that you really know the answer to that question. And we also are now researching with psychologists other learning techniques to implement them so we can have a better, efficient training.
So, yeah.
Okay, so 2 questions. One is more personal. Why isn't the CEO talking? And the second one, it's okay. The second one is more technical. If I understand correctly, you will go to a company. They will explain to you what the employee has to do. You will create the videos for that? Or how does this work between you and the company that buys the software?
Yeah, sure. So first, to answer the more personal question, I have maybe a lot more charisma. I have experience with being on TV. And sorry?
Yeah, you should be the CEO. Sorry.
And as for the second question, after talking to several companies, some of them, they are ready to reshoot their trainings in a new format, in the short video format. Some of them have like Plexus, let's say, they need a lot of approvals and a lot of NDA signs because they are a corporation and they have a lot of secret stuff working like for the USA Army and stuff like that. But we are expecting to have all types of trainings. I hope that answers your question. And yes, most of them will be reshoot by the company, by the client to fit our format. Thank you very much.
And the seventh, Rocco. Robin Marian from Rashov will present us next.
Welcome to Rocco. In a shopping mall, in a food court, these are called self-ordering kiosks. Rocco is the web app, kiosk, and loyalty for quick service restaurants, like food court restaurants, food court cafes, or food trucks, all in a simple web page. The restaurant industry is one of the toughest. 60% of restaurants fail in year 1, and 80% fail by the 5th year, and this is global pre-COVID data. We talk to restaurant owners, and their needs go right down to the basics. They just need to earn more, get profitable, and keep their customers. The clicker is a bit slow. That's why Rocco, as you see it in this image, helps them with 1, self-ordering, like on a kiosk, is proven to increase order values by 10 to 30%. And 2, loyalty. Something screwed up my presentation. Loyalty. Data shows that increasing customer retention by just 5% increases profits by 25 to 95%. So both kiosks and loyalty campaigns are proven to work, and Rocco puts them both together in a simple web page. Why now? COVID digitalized this industry like nothing before. We're building on existing processes within restaurants to receive orders digitally so that there's no training required. 2, we live in a mobile-first age. And 3, restaurant owners already want this, especially in the quick service restaurant industry, but they lack the know-how and the necessary time to get hardware, software, and so on. That's why we built Rocco to be a simple web page, plug and play. Today you decide, tomorrow you take orders through Rocco. The global market opportunity is 2.5 billion, more than half of which are in Europe and the USA, and we're targeting 10 million for the next 3 years. Our competition is obviously kiosks and restaurants' own apps and white label app providers. Kiosks don't offer loyalty, and the other 2 expect us customers to download an app for each and every single restaurant that we visit. Even teenagers that we interviewed told us they're sick of having to download an app for each and every single thing they do. That's why we built Rocco to be multi-brand with nothing to install. We charge restaurants a monthly subscription fee per location, a small sales percentage, and in the future, if you go to a new city or a new part of town, we will give you AI-generated personalized restaurant suggestions based on what you ordered in the past. And we will charge restaurants a small promotion fee for this. Our team is basically Vlad and 3 Roberts. Vlad used to do software development for Acrelec. Acrelec is globally one of the biggest kiosk providers. And we're humbled to have Radu, who brought Foodpanda to Romania, as our advisor. 2 years ago, Rocco was an idea. This year, we got serious about it and got the first restaurants interested. We're planning 100K for next year and building the gamified loyalty features. Then 1 million, build the AI suggestion features and go international. And then, as I mentioned, 10 million. In order to achieve this, we're inviting you to join our current investment round, led by one of the investors that we met actually during your program. Thank you, David. For 250K for sales and development. Let's look at the product. When you join Rocco for the first time, what we're giving you is 3 screens that explain to you how to use the app. You scan a QR code, you order and pay directly through Rocco, you get informed and you pick up your order. All you have to do is press the orange button, scan the QR code, and you write in the order in the menu and you start your order. While if you're a recurring customer, because we're doing loyalty, what we're showing you is those restaurants around you that you have already ordered from. If you want to have a new restaurant, You scan their QR code, you order from them, and in the future, they're going to appear on your list. Let's go to Extra Bite because I like their Kapsalon shawarma. I'm going to go for a medium one, upselling. They show me they also have a big one, but 700 gram, I don't want to eat that much. So I'm going to go for the medium one. Now they're showing me that they have combos for the medium one. They have mini pancakes, which, by the way, are really delicious, and a combo with a drink. So I'm going to go for the mini pancakes because I'm hungry and I'm craving something sweet. I like my Kapsalon spicy, so I'm going to go for the extra spicy sauce. For the topping for the pancakes, they have some free versions and some premium toppings. I love maple syrup, so I'm going to go with that one. I want to drink something, but I tried to avoid the other one, so I'm just going to go for water. I add everything to the cart. Obviously, my credit card is already saved. One button, and the order goes to the restaurant. The restaurant receives the order on a device like this that they are already familiarized with. The first one, 81, that's my order. The restaurant has 3 options. They can call me in case there's a problem with my order. If we cannot fix the order, they can refuse the order, or the green button, they accept the order, give me an estimated preparation time. I get an email notification about this. 7 minutes later, my order again, they have the same option. One click, I get notified, I can pick up my order, and voila, it's dinner time. Thank you very much.
Question, the mic.
Let's see if this is on. Thank you for the presentation. Great energy, even though you're the last one pitching. Thank you for that. Okay, 250K, parts of it is committed, and you didn't speak anything about the traction. Or did you? And I was not paying attention.
Yeah.
What's the traction?
So, in terms of traction, what I can tell you is that we have a few restaurants lined up interested. We had some tests. We want to start with one restaurant. We have a small chain in Brasov, where we are from. Next week, we're starting. So currently, at this right moment, we're pre-revenue. We're starting. Our initial ask was for much less. Talking with the investor, we realized, okay, this is a market opportunity that we have to seize now, because now is the moment to do this, because in 2-3 years, someone else will do it. Now restaurants move from the physical kiosks to mobile phone kiosks. That's why we're going for a bigger amount in order to be able to grow faster.
Thanks for the presentation. What's the defensibility of the product?
What's the?
Defensibility of the product. Why others can't replicate what you're doing?
So, first of all, there are already several who are in this industry, and they're focusing their attention somewhere else. One of the main things that we're seeing is they let the pressure of the restaurant dictate their move towards doing something branded for them, dedicated for them, own app, own so and so. And when you talk to the users, for them it's a huge, friction. This is what we realized. Like, I think one of the toughest things that we were told within the program was make it so that they don't even need an account. Like when we said, yeah, but they have to pay somehow, we need their data because the restaurant needs to call them in case there's a problem. So all these things sum up, and then having an app to download. Like, you go there and the guy just tells you, don't wait, just scan the QR code, and then you have to download something. So restaurants still press us to do this. It's like, oh no, I want to have my own thing and make it branded for me. And we're pushing them to this to say, hey, you want to have it easy for your users. Because when it's easy for them, you're selling more. Otherwise, they jump ship and they just want to order from you.
Clear, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Conversations have started. We'll continue during the networking phase. I'm going to do an overview. So the start of the pitch were Notora, RehabX, Agramonia, very good exercises, Move Mountains, Rocco, and Snap Skills and Rocco. But I'll invite now David to explain to the mentors the voting process.
Yeah, just very, very briefly. Some of you received kind of a ticket with the QR code, I think, from Rebecca. You scan it now. It will bring you to the Slido question there to vote your favorite startup from this cohort. And at the end, we'll announce the winner.
Yes.
I hope I'm super clear about that. Please do it as fast as possible. Thank you.
Like now.
For
what
those-
are you doing now?
Sorry, there were 2 votes, I don't know, 15 minutes ago. I've deleted them. Please revote. So those 2 people that already voted like 15 to 20 minutes ago, please revote because I restarted. No, it's just for those that received the ticket. Sorry.
Yeah, so the people, the selected few that got the ticket, they need to vote twice for the Community Startup Showcase.
That's already settled.
Okay.
The community showcase is already settled. We know the winner.
So just the startups.
No. It's just one question.
The one you love, the one that you love the most, the most important criteria.
That's why we give the tickets to people that at least worked a bit with it before or something like that. You know a bit about them, so it's easier for you to decide maybe. Thank you.
To give the mentors some time to vote, although I hope you do now, who received the tickets, we'll take a moment now to thank invaluable people that made this day possible, the volunteers who actually shared the most valuable resource, which is time. So the volunteers, come up here on stage. Let's give you a warm welcome. And to give mentors another slot at voting, right? I'm gonna share a little bit more details with you. If you want to stay in touch with the Make IT Oradea team, next week there's a meetup on how to build $1 million startup from Eastern Europe with Bogdan Iordache, who's the general partner at Underline Ventures and founder of the How to Web conference. The event is already on Eventbrite, so follow Make IT Oradea there and register. If you want to be part of this amazing community, add them also on socials. Social media is the future, video also. And join the WhatsApp community group, which is news to me. By the way, I also want to be part of that group. How do you get to be part of the WhatsApp community, David? Is it okay. At the end, we'll have that because we all want to be part of it. So, if you happen to be in Oradea, if you're staying longer, at the end of the week, you will have here festival between the 13th and 15th of October. This is the perfect spot to warm up with some mulled wine. Do we have some wine tonight? Listen to live concerts like Moonlight Breakfast and Madalina Pavel, to name a few. Of course, again, thank you to all the amazing sponsors that made this thing possible. Createpi, Helion, Mobiversal, Redco, Orange Romania, and special thanks to Oradea's municipality. Now, the moment. Before we announce the awards and the party, we have to invite upstage here the mentors.
Yes. Just before that, to a very special mentor that we had this year, I challenged him to say a few words about the experience. So, Paul, it's your time now.
Hello. Oh, this is loud. So, when David asked me earlier today to talk about my mentorship process and experience with the startups during the incubator, I got a little bit nervous, to be honest. I felt like a small imposter syndrome there. But then I looked down, and I didn't see my big belly. I'm wearing my favorite T-shirt. It says Connect. And this is a very simple yet very powerful word that actually shapes our lives and our businesses and our communities. And actually this event, right now, and also the whole program, of course, it's about tech and ideas and investments and money and all that, but it's about connection. It's about connection between people, connecting startups with connecting with mentors, with investors. It's about connections and community. So community is this fertile ground that we have in Oradea, and Oradea is the community and the place where we chose to make this happen together. So that's why it's important to give back. So what does it mean to give back to the startup community and the tech community in Oradea? It means not only to return the favor as a gratitude, it's also a responsibility we all have. So for myself, how I took on this challenge during the program, and I tried to give back by mentoring 4 of the awesome startups that you saw today on stage. And without going into details, I'm very proud of them and what they achieved. I hope they learned something from whatever I tried to share, but I'll tell you something else. I cheated. I learned more from interacting with them than they learned from me. So that was a growth experience for me. And also I was thrilled to see that I do stuff with factories, Industry 4.0, industry, stuff like that. They do absolutely different things, but a lot of what I've gathered during these last 8 or 20 years, depends on how you put it, that I have behind me and in the entrepreneurship world applies. So it transcends my vertical, my industry, my expertise. So yeah, I would recommend it to anyone. You will get more yourself out of the mentoring experience than you will give to the mentees. So yeah, in the end I'll leave you with one thought, one question. The thought is keep connecting, connect to your communities, to your local startup ecosystems, connect to your mentors, because in that way you will grow faster and way beyond your limits. And remember, by connecting and creating this community, we're all a team. And do you know what team stands for? Together, everyone achieves more. So, thank you.
Yes, now I would like to bring everyone else here, the people that made this program possible, because basically what we are doing with this program is bringing people together. We don't do that much as they are doing. I mean, just connecting people, connecting the dots, bringing the right people for the right, I don't know, questions and problems and so on. So I want to emphasize this, and I want to give a big round of applause to all these people that I will mention, and I will please ask them to come here in front. We'll not stay on the stage because I'm afraid that it will break or something, but we'll stay here in front, and we wanna share with you and give you something as a gift. Paul, please come on here in the front. Daniel Andor, Vasilica Bob, Bogdan Băbălău, Peter Ilies, Roland Sabo, Dumitru Palanciuc, Beniamin Duca, Sami Pop, Adrian Micu, Tudor Stanciu, Emanuel Martonca, Răzvan Șuta, Farid Singh, Tudor Birlea, Gabriel Pană, Anca Stan, Alexandra Balcova, Liviu Cadariu, Mădălina Neagu, Andreea Pop și Mirela Mărcuț, Cătălin și Ioana Rus, Alin Mercheș, Ciprian Trip, Răzvan Comanici, Florin Capota și Timi Ghiurău. Toți cei care v-ați auzit numele, haideți vă rog în față, mulți dintre ei nu sunt aici, ne urmăresc live, le mulțumim. We have something hopefully special for you. Some made in Oradea, some made somewhere else, but from our hearts, thank you so much for everything you've done. and for being part of this amazing program and journey. Thank you so much. A big round of applause. You may be seated now. Thank you so much. Okay, are we ready, Rebecca?
With the words. TBD?
No.
What?
Yes, let's
With
go.
the first one, we are. Thank you for those who voted. So, before we say goodbye and head for the party or sleep or whatever you want, it's award time. For the Community Startup Showcase Award, the winner has the amazing opportunity to pitch on stage at Wolf Summit in Vienna between the 8th and 9th of November. And this is an excellent opportunity to meet Central and Eastern Europe players. To announce the winner, I have here behind David, Rebecca. Please give her a warm applause. Come on. Drum rolls.
So I will just say the name and then congrats and that's it.
And leave. No!
The winner is Rastel.
Congratulations! Rastel is not here? Where's Rastel? Come and join us and say a few words. Do you want to say a few words? Something. Thank you, Mom and Dad, for this Oscar.
Thank you, Mom and Dad, and Tudor's mom, and thank you, David, and Make It in Oradea, because you supported us from the beginning, and that was really important for us to have you close to us whenever we needed you. Thanks.
Wait, I have to ask, what's happening in the next 12 months?
Oh, next 12 months. Well, before we can focus on the next 12 months, we really need to focus on the next 2 months.
Okay.
We have 2 really big projects going on in Greece and in Slovakia.
Congrats.
And we're really focusing on that, making that successful, and after that we will plan how to scale that internationally.
Congrats.
Thanks.
And we hope you go to World Summit and dazzle more investors there.
Yeah, of course. That's what we're looking forward to.
Thank you so much. We're ready for the second? What? Yes. I know, I just... And for the big Bright Labs Incubator 2023 Startups Award, the winner will have the amazing opportunity to also pitch up on stage at Wolf Summit in Vienna between the 8th and 9th of November, but also to be listed on Seedlink's platform under the Community Stars for a pre-seed investment round. To announce the winner, I'll invite here on stage Mircea Ghiță, Country Manager in Romania at Seedlink, the all-in-one solution for equity management and financing. You need to get the...
Yeah, so I understand I should say a few words, right? Yeah, so thank you, and it's amazing to be here in Oradea. Always a pleasure. So what we're doing in a nutshell at Seedlink, we're basically syndicating angels, and by doing that, we're investing tickets from 50K upwards. I think the biggest investment we've done so far has been 2 million. And we started doing that, I think, 3.5 years ago, or maybe a bit more. And with time, we kind of so we started with pre-seed deals in Romania, but then we kind of expanded, and we started doing a lot of seed, and then Series A too, and even Series B. And we realized we kind of forgot that the real things are happening at pre-seed stage, and here, in the incubator, in the accelerators, and everything that's happening here is great, and we want to be close to the early entrepreneurs. So that's why we're also giving this prize to the winners of today. Having said that, thank you very much. Great, so drum rolls? Or?
Drum rolls, please.
We should have prepared some music or something, but I forgot about this moment. But
pum, pum, ba-dum, pum, ba-dum, pum.
Should I call it?
Music.
Yeah. Ready? Just so you know, one thing I forgot to mention. we had a tie. So it was very interesting. So we asked George that didn't voted to choose between them. So the big winner is Rocco.
Congrats. You're gonna be on Seedling.
You gotta say something.
Just keep it.
Yeah. Sorry. I consider myself being pretty good at reading a room, and I sat down and I was very happy with myself saying, this one goes to someone else, because I can read a room. Thank you very much, it means a lot, because I don't know, everything that happens to Rocco in Bright Labs Incubator always comes exactly at the moment when we need it, otherwise we go bankrupt. When we got the 5,000 euros after going into the second stage, it was exactly at the point where I said, I'm out of money. Like, I'm out of money in June. And in the end of May, you selected us for the next phase. We made it to here. Now here we met the investor who really loves what you're doing, and he says, I believe in you, let's work on this, let's make it even better, but we need to get investment. And I thought, okay, Seedling is a really great opportunity right now at this point, because I would like to get people on board who actually have small to medium quick service restaurant chains. Yeah, now this happened. So I'm really amazed. Thank you very much. And I want to say congratulations to all the competitors, because as I told you, I felt it's going to be someone else. But I'm super happy, because this means a lot, and it opens for us the possibility to, yeah, as Rastel said, focus on the next 2 months, you know? Thank you.
Congrats.
I just want to add one thing, just so you know, guys. Since we designed Bright Labs Incubator, I didn't want it to design it for kind of a competition. I want it to be a collaboration program. But we offered this prize because we understood that also needs to be a bit of competition, because it pushes you. Am I right? But again, you didn't compete it here today. And I hope you'll continue to collaborate. And more collaboration, I think, is what we need in our ecosystem in general. So again, congrats to each and every one of you. Thank you, you were amazing.
Thank you. Well, that's a wrap, folks. Congratulations to the winners. Thank you again for joining us. It was a blast to be your host. I'm going to thank again the sponsors making this happening: Creatorby, Halion, Mobiversal, Roetco, Orange Romania, and special thanks to Oradea Municipality. Kind reminder, please, now for the startups mentors and the Make IT in Oradea board members to come together and make a photo on stage or off. We'll see. TBD. Thank you so much. That's a wrap.